Hello guys, my name is CalamitiFGO. Welcome back to a new Minecraft YouTube live stream on the CalamitiFGO YouTube channel. In this video we are streaming. Welcome. Don't know if you guys can see the stream yet, so copy. We're gonna go to my Discord server. Put the stream in. I've accidentally pressed something on my TV, guys, and I've upped the saturation. So on my TV, my Minecraft looks really, really colourful. The water looks really blue. I like what it looks like. I want to know what this would look like. We did a touch of mining, so let's do something useful. Let's get rid of these. Here we go. Hello 4K Gaming 2.0. Hi bro, it's been a while since I last watched one of your videos. Yeah, I haven't seen you on a stream in a while. How are you 4K Gaming 2.0? I don't think I've seen you on one of my streams in I don't recall. Probably about 8 months, a year. But welcome. Hello Assassin Gaming, welcome to the stream. How are you? I'm really good. How are you? So guys, we're on my world. The day is young. How are you 4K Gaming 2.0, by the way? I feel rude not asking you how you are. Hello Mara. Who's Mara? I know you were gonna put mate. Hello Omar the Ninja. Welcome to the stream. I've accidentally pressed a button, guys. You can't see it. It looks normal to you. I've accidentally pressed a button on my telly, making everything more saturated. So all the grass looks more greener. Sorry, typo. It's alright. Everyone makes a typo. I've made loads of typos. I once texted someone never mind, and it changed to I'm in the Netherlands. So as you can imagine, I got a text back from my mother telling me, why the fuck are you there for? Are you American? No, I'm not American. Americans talk a bit like this. I talk like this because I'm British. I'm very much British. Yeah, I'm not American, I'm British. I've never been to America. I might do. Netherlands is a good place. Well, most of Europe is, really. Most of Western Europe is. I'm good, I've just been busy that I don't have time to watch your videos. That's understandable. We've started streaming more and more now just because over the past year, up until recently, I was absolutely busy with my last year of university. So I fully understand people being busy. I was very busy. I was very, very busy just finishing university, guys. Which I got a good, okay grade, so I'm sort of over the moon with that. Ooh, what's in here? Do we have do I have protection 4 on these boots? We have protection 4 on here. Ah, sorry then. So, yes, understandable. I can't remember why I wanted this. Oh, that's why. We want Death Strider 3. That's what we're looking for. We want Death Strider 3. But yeah, I fully understand that 4K gaming. Like, I was really busy this year because for most of this year, I hit 200 subscribers a couple of days ago. Cool, congratulations. We hit 6,000 in June, so we're just trying to push up to 7,000, which we will hit soon. I think, which would be an amazing thing. Hitting any milestone, I think hitting any milestone is a good thing because it makes you proud of what you've done. Hitting any milestone, like walking 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, hitting any milestone because you're better off than you were the day before. Like if you say you go off on a journey and your whole thing is to walk 1 mile, and you walk that 1 mile, then you're happy because you've walked that 1 mile, and then the next day you walk your two miles, and then you're happy that you hit that 2 mile, and it's basically progress. It's human progress. It's an incredible thing, and it is actually. And on the point of it as well, everyone, is it's what it says about, you know, us as a species. I'm just going to turn my TV down a bit, it's a little loud. Let's just jump into this room, which Decepted has called Mini Arab Flat. Don't know why he's called it that. And then he's called a room for the day, Mr. Dick Long. Mr. Dick Long's room. But then everything's the same, guys. Like if you hit a milestone, so for example, I tried to lose a little bit of weight recently and I lost 15 pounds. So I felt great because I lost that 15 pounds. Like no matter what the milestone is that you've hit, it's always something to be proud of. You've done something. It's incredible. I don't even know what we're going to build. I need some more XP levels so I can put these together. I don't want to put that together. I want to put this on my boots. So we've got protection and unbreaking on my boots. And then, because after the first time in 9 years, I think we need to replace the, for the first time in 9 years, I think we need to place the Grand Boots of Calamity of Joe. These aren't the Grand Boots of Calamity of Joe. I think we need to replace them though. Because the Grand Boots of Calamity of Joe are slightly getting old, and they're not the same as they used to be. Let's walk this way for a moment. Oh, I've got to repair that, haven't we? We don't even need to walk out the front door. Is that Silk Touch? It is, yeah. There we go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Perfect. Right. Picking this sand here, we can go to here, and we can repair. Well, we can start to repair. The last time I watched a video, I was living in an old house. Blimey. We put 18 bits of sand in there, so that chest we must have forgotten about. But that's the thing though, 4K gaming. Sometimes when you least expect it, things change. So I had a bit of a weird thing recently where we've had so many in the last 12 months. In the last 9 months, we've had so many people find this YouTube channel. We've had so many people find this YouTube channel that I can't. I haven't really done some of my old style content because we've had so many people, new people join. I've pretty much done the same content that I was doing at the start of the year. I haven't really changed anything this year because so many people were enjoying what I was doing, and it felt weird. There we go. I need to grab a bit of dirt because there's a place that we need to repair. Right. We're going to go through here. We're going to go this way. I need to repair down here. So, we're just trying to repair this a bit. Are you enjoying being in a new apartment than 4K gaming? Yes, that's good to hear. Just using a bit of this sand here because I can fill this in. Hey Joe, I didn't know you were. I've only been live 40 minutes. I'm really good. How are you? I've only been live the last 40 minutes because I was filming. I said the other day on my podcast that I was going to do FIFA Vendetta. I tried to do it last week and YouTube took it down because I played too much of the footage of the scene, of a few of the scenes from the film. So I was refilming that video, everyone, and I sort of had a nosebleed while I was filming it. It's great to hear from you. Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect that comment. Thank you, that's really kind of you. Yeah, I went to film the FIFA Vendetta video, everyone, and I had a nosebleed halfway through it. So halfway through filming the audio, so I scrapped that. I'm gonna film the audio later on, but because I can't do much more at the moment without the audio, I thought I'd stream. I thought I'd give everyone here a stream. So we're just doing a bit of repairing across here because it exploded. I will jump through here though because I know there's a sand piece I can grab. You finished a little editing video yourself. Cool. Secret chest. Secret chest room, guys. Must tell no one. Hello, Bite Rush on stream. I hope you and your family are doing well. I am doing well, and I believe my family are doing well. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Write an essay about them. Is there got to be do you have to do 2 films that are similar, or good to hear, bro? Yeah, is it 2 films that are similar, or is it 2 films just 2 films, or is it 2 films that are like similar? Skatepunk. Oh, cool. Ooh. I was watching a film last night, and it starred a. Oh, who did it star? Starred a horror. I was watching a film last night, and it starred Bruce Campbell, who did was in Evil Dead. And never really watched it properly, but if you look at him in the film Sky High, he just looks like Jim Carrey. I was totally convinced he was Jim Carrey, which I found quite funny. I think some people will find that hilarious. But I was convinced he was Jim Carrey. We can do that. I can do that. I'm gonna just make sure the desktop audio is off. I just saw your comment saying, "Are you there?" Yeah, I am. I just wasn't looking at Discord. It says I'm on. It says I'm on. That's so interesting. In a private message. Do you want to put it in the general, then remove it? Because it's impossible to get into my private messages because I got spammed a few years ago, so it's actually impossible. I've had a few people do it. If you put it into the general or the video section, then delete it straight afterwards. Yeah, I don't care if it's graphic. I don't care if it's graphic. The video's graphic, guys. Like, I haven't done a live stream in a very long time. I think it's been a year since I did a live. I'm so ready for fall. Why do America call it fall? We call it autumn. The UK call it autumn. Okay, but I'll give you the thoughts on the edit. I mean, even if it's graphic, I've just wrote a horror story where someone rapes someone on the floor, and then hunts them down later and kills them. So I don't think graphic is not an issue. Okay. No, it's not. America call autumn the fall. Okay, just posted it. Oh, here it is. Looks real. Oh, okay. Zooming in. Arrested 14 times, Jesus. Ooh. I didn't expect Well, at least they know who is. At least they know who's done that. At least they know who's done it because he's leaving a trail in his wake. Bloody hell! It's I mean, it's a good edit if you're starting back. It's a good edit if you're starting back into editing, yeah. I mean, the subject is quite my bike rush account is still in the Discord, by the way. Oh, is it? I wouldn't know. We've got like 79 members now, so I know I've got a sort of thing of how many people are in there. I gotta be honest. That felt like an offensive video, but then it's not. I gotta be honest, guys. I made an offensive meme the other night. If you guys want to see it, I'll put it in the Discord server. Have you played Forza Horizon? I have not. I don't even think it's on the Switch, to be honest. I thought the song would fit quite well. Yeah. Hello, not James. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I made an offensive meme the other night, guys. Do you guys want to see it? No offense to any American. Oh, yeah. I've been watching dark humor. Yeah. Would you guys like to see a dark joke? To what? I'll put 2 dark jokes in. Me and my friend were having a dark. Me and my friends were having. Well, I'm not going to put it on here. I'm going to put it in my Discord server. I think we would get. I can't put it on the stream. Me and my friend were having a dark joke off, where we had to make it. Me and my friend were having a sort of competition of where we had to create. Whoever could create the darkest joke. The darkest joke was a thing. We could use anything. So I just put the 2 in my Discord server. And then Barracuda's just responded instantly with saying I'm cooked. But he's talking about himself. Barracuda's a nice guy, but he comments some random stuff sometimes. So, guys, tell me how bad are these memes. One is worse than the other. They're not posted anywhere. I'm not posting them, but I have posted it in the Discord server, guys. We just had someone join called Tanner. Hello, Tanner. Welcome to the Discord server. Fortnite. Never see you there. Well, yeah, that's because I don't play Fortnite. I removed it by the way. No, it's alright. I joined from my main account. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I put 2 dark jokes in. Me and my friend were having like a dark joke challenge, and whoever created the darkest one was so no offense to any of you Americans, it just the scene fit the joke. The scene fit the dark joke. I think you can imagine what. I've got a good feeling or something bad. Well, I have no idea what Barracuda's talking about. Do people in the UK support Donald Trump? Wow, the thing with Trump though, I will just say my opinion on him. I don't like him. I don't like him, Skate Punk. It's not that he's a terrible president, but the problem I have with Trump is that I don't like how he talks to people. But with the problem I have with him is that when he's talking to world leaders, he sometimes can be quite disrespectful. But I don't know whether it's because he's old or that no one's ever said no to him. But there's But the thing that made me laugh about his negotiations with Putin the other week was that they did a 30-minute press conference afterwards where the two of them just yapped for like 30 minutes. It could have been a 2-second thing. Yeah, we've had good discussions, but nothing agreed. But then it was 30 minutes of them just talking, and Trump looked half asleep, which I did find quite funny. But yeah, no, the reason I didn't like him was because his record in the UK isn't good. He did something quite horrible to a farmer a few years ago in the UK. But the problem that I had with him is that when he built his golf course in Scotland, he tried to force a Scottish farmer off his land because he thought it was a slum. Which, yes, the farmer's land might have looked bad, but he can't turn around and tell a Scottishman that's lived there for, generations that he's got to give him his land. And the guy, I think he offered him thousands. He offered him hundreds of thousands, and then because he kept saying no because he didn't want to leave his ancestral farm, they started trying to nick some of his staff. Started trying to nick some of his stuff in the hope of warding him to leave, which I think was wrong. I think Trump should have had his golf course stripped from him afterwards. You can't go somewhere and then force people that live there to give up their land. But then that is an American thing, though, isn't it? Initially with the Native Americans, it's a bit like Israel in the West Bank, really. Making settlements in places that you have under occupation is technically not wrong under law because you occupy it, but forcing other people that have lived there to move is technically not right. But with him though, with Trump, it's not that everyone supports him. Some people do, but some people just think he's a loudmouth twat in the context. But the thing with him though, the thing with him, he's a good negotiator, but sometimes I think he just doesn't think about what he says. There was a thing a few years ago. It would have been 2019. I remember this because I remember this because it was on the telly. It was on the radio when I was in my mum's car. Donald Trump told a black U.S. congresswoman, "Why don't you go back to your crime-infested country?" Because he didn't know she was a full U.S. citizen, which anywhere else that would be classed as racist. Well, the thing with political news is you need to see what's going on because you never want someone like the Nazi Party to get into power again. The problem with Germany in the 1930s was that nobody cared what was going on, and then it resulted in the Nazi Party getting elected. It's the same as the UK last year. Honestly, it's the same as the UK last year. People were that angry with the Conservative Party for the last 14 years of government that they ran the UK into the ground, and people just voted for the Labour Party to people just voted for the Labour Party to get the Conservatives out of government, which has sort of backfired now. Because it's over the last 12 months, the Labour Party have absolutely destroyed their image. And that's totally backfired. But it was one of those as well that people were that annoyed. That's the first time in history that people were just pissed off with a political party so much that they voted for the opposition. I think it was the same with America in 2020. I think it was the same as America in 2020. People voted for Biden because they were so annoyed with yeah, pretty much. Well, the UK is very much centrist. But the reason the UK has a really strong point on Trump is that the UK loves tradition. The UK loves tradition, and most British people see Donald Trump as a world leader that doesn't care about history and does whatever he wants. So he did it a couple of years ago in a meeting with the Queen. He walked in front of her, which if it had been 300 years before, she could have had it executed for that. It's seen as a mark of disrespect, which the late Queen didn't see it as a mark of disrespect because she was a really kind old lady, but that's why British people don't like him. In his first state visit as in his first term, he'd already caused controversy on the plane where he'd called the London mayor, what was it, a terrorist or something like that. He'd had an argument with Princess Anne, the Queen's daughter. In fact, Princess Anne, Queen Elizabeth's daughter, really didn't like him to the point that she refused to shake his hand. She had to be coaxed by the Queen to shake his hand because she really didn't approve of some of the things he said. But it goes up. But there are some things which he says is right. The British equivalent to him is Nigel Farage. The British equivalent to him is Nigel Farage, where Nigel Farage, he says things that you don't agree with, and he says things that you do agree with. He's just one of those that he stands by his point, and Trump stands by his point as well. But then whether that point is good or bad depends on you. But it's interesting because the UK is strong politically, as in, I mean, they even teach politics in UK schools, not in that regard, but they tell you what's going on. I remember being in school, I was 13 years old, and they were talking to us about the French terror attacks of 2015. I would have been 13, it would have been 2015. They told us all about it. In fact, they taught us about 9/11 when we were like 11. Which, surprisingly though, I find quite interesting. America's made sure that everyone knows about 9/11, but then America don't know of the British equivalent. America does not know that, that Al-Qaeda did the same thing to Britain. Well, it didn't work as well. They didn't do it with planes, they did it with buses and trains. But it's an interesting thing. In fact, do you guys want to know where the British Prime Minister was during the 7/7 attacks? Hello, Maximum Speed. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, do you guys want to know where Tony Blair was? Tony Blair was at a G7 summit in Scotland. with George Bush. George Bush, Vladimir Putin, George Bush, the French president at the time, George Bush, Tony Blair, and Vladimir Putin, they were all in Scotland on a G7 summit, or a G20, and then the British Prime Minister has to leave because they suddenly get news of 4 massive terrorist attacks in London. Has anyone ever commented your display of education? I mean, it's not my education. It's just basically like how Bite Rush said about like ignoring political stuff. I think you've got to read it to get a. I used to play the OG Minecraft. Cool. You've got to read it. You've got to read it to get an actual worldview. So, for example, like I don't hate anyone from any country, whereas, no offense to everyone in America, but the American government and the American media, they portray everybody as different. I loved it a few years ago. I loved a clip a few years ago, which I found real funny. George Bush was at an event and he basically called out Putin for what he called international war crimes and fabricating evidence to go to a war with Iraq. And then, of course, he called himself out because he accidentally said Iraq. And they said, was George Bush alluding to the fact that he went to war over false information? In the film V for Vendetta, they call it the ulcerated spinsera. Let me just find the line. This is what they call it in the United States. You might as well call it the divided states of America. Actually, what was the This is what a character calls this is what a character in V for Vendetta, which I'm doing as a podcast video. This is what a character in V for Vendetta calls America. He calls it the ulcerated spinster of Arcerica. Because the whole point of the film V for Vendetta is that America are having a civil war, are having a second civil war, and they call it the former United States, and they've had, what was it? That was a country that had absolutely everything, and now 20 years later is what? In the world's biggest leper colony. And the whole thing was I've heard a lot of people say that recently, how close America is to civil war. Is that true? Is that true to every American here? Is that true? That America is really close to civil war? Let's take this torch away. Let's put one further down. Because it's an interesting one, like... But that's the thing with recent elections, though. This is where I don't like Donald Trump. If you ever listen to Donald Trump speak, it's always a slagging match. Have I ever been? I have not. I've never been to the United States. I don't know if I'd want to, though, because you don't even know. You don't know. You could be walking down the street and you don't know if the person next to you's got a gun in their pocket. But I've never understood it. But the one thing I've never understood, literally, it took one school shooting for the UK government to change all the gun laws. And everyone that moaned, I don't know, I probably would. Well, knife crime's probably worse. But you can survive a knife. You can survive a knife. But what's more worse, surviving a knife or surviving a gunshot? A gunshot hitting the right place will just kill you there. A knife shot will kill you if it hits the right place. But with a gun, you've got no time to react. With a knife, you've got a little bit of time to react. But on the thing though, honestly, guys, it took one school shooting in the UK. They banned handguns. I don't know though. With a knife though, you potentially can survive. The problem with the UK, the reason knife crime's gone so far into the UK was cuts. Because of the 2008 financial crisis and the recession, the UK government's when the Conservative Party that got elected during the crisis, their way of stopping the UK from going bankrupt was they cut central services. They cut social services, so they cut down the police force. They cut down the police. They cut down the police force by X-Men. They closed police stations in small towns across the country. Which at the time, yes, it did save money, but now at the time it did save money, but now you have a problem if you don't have enough police. Everything you can think of, there's always going to be a downside to it. But the thing is with the UK, in the UK they had a school shooting in 1996. The UK government banned handguns the year later. And what they made it do, if you're in America, it's really easy to buy a gun, isn't it, guys? It's really easy to buy a gun in the United States, isn't it? But yeah, but that is true. But hello, Joe. How are you? I'm really good, Omnivale. How are you? What I mean, the UK government changed all the policies, but they made it so if you have a gun, yeah, what I mean is that's exactly the point, Skate Punk, to be honest. The UK government made it so that you can only get a license from the police. In the UK, you can only get a gun license from the police. They have to have your medical records from all your medical records since you were a kid, since you were born. They've got to have all your medical records and your mental health records. In fact, the police even examine your house to see where you're going to store it. 18's an adult, really. 18's an adult. That's not the problem. The problem is you have people... The problem with school shootings in America is that most of the time it's 19, 18-year-olds, or sometimes people younger. But that's probably because they've taken their dad's gun or something. The UK, you cannot get to... In the UK, even if you're sound of mind, mentally, physically, you cannot get a gun unless you prove that you're going to safely store it somewhere. And if it's not to the police standards of what they would call safe and secure, then you're banned from getting one. There's only... You can get a gun. You can get a gun without a license in the UK. The only people that can get a gun without a license in the UK is farmers, because farmers can legally shoot live animals if it's targeting their... Farmers in the UK can legally carry a gun without a license. That's the only thing in the UK that can carry one. I don't think 18 is too young, but you should have to have a license. You should have to carry a license. You should have to carry a license. But what I think America could do, actually, is they should ban guns that you shouldn't have, like assault weapons. A little handgun is fine. But if they ban like the stupid ones, like rifles and things like that, that would probably be useful. Like who needs a rifle for self-defense apart from a farmer? talking of history, though, guys. Talking about history, I think America's problem is that they put in their constitution. I'm not weird for making that edit, am I? No. I mean, have you seen the edit? Have you seen the edit I put in underneath? Have you seen the edit I put in underneath? I made an offensive meme as a competition with a friend. I mean, I used real footage the other day. I used footage from a film, and then I used the footage from a big American event. So me and my friend had an offensive meme challenge where the person who made the most offensive meme was the winner. So, do you guys think I've won? Because I made 2. Do you guys think I've won the competition? I used a scene from Lord of the Rings, and I used a scene from Home Alone. Which, the Home Alone one's worse. Or maybe it's the Lord of the Rings one. Yeah, I made 2. One of them's the scene from Helm's Deep, and one of them's one of the bizarrest Home Alone films you'll ever see in your life. Who's watched Home Alone 4? It's a mismatch. I like it, but sometimes you like a film because it's so shit. Like Jurassic Park 3. It's just, it's Jurassic Park 3 is basically like Jurassic Park 3 is shit, but it's good, and it's because it doesn't take itself seriously. It doesn't take itself seriously. I think, it doesn't really take it seriously, does it? Oh, that's my dad's cell phone. Where is it? Oh wait, it's in the dinosaur. You can just hear the phone through the dinosaur, like. And there's a scene in Home Alone 4 where they go into they say open sesame, and it hides behind the bookshelf. The bookshelf turns, and then it's a bar. And the criminals go in there, and he goes faster, and it spins around, and he goes stop, and they shoot out of the room. They shoot out. They spin that fast. They're holding on, and then as soon as they let go, they shoot out. Which, it's so shit, but it's funny. Yeah, what was I saying about America? I think the thing with America is, in the US Constitution, you've put the right to bear arms. Like, why do you need to bear arms in 2025? To defend your families, yeah. But that's bear arms in hunt down. That's bear arms in case you were attacked by an enemy power. But you don't have enemy powers anymore. You only need that. You only need that in times of war. But American people are like, I need the right to bear arms. Like, but why do you need to bear arms in the street? There's no point. You don't need to. But, what was it? Something that Donald Trump said a few years ago, actually. What was it? All the good... after a school shooting, he said, even if you did take guns away, the criminals would never hand over their guns. Yeah, but the criminals in the UK didn't hand their guns over. But what the UK government did, they made it 5 years prison to just even wield one in public. In the UK, guys, it's 5 years. Yeah, that's the only thing you need it for, though. But the problem, I think the problem that America has is it's a very lock and load shooting type of country, which, that's fair enough. But a person in my Discord server said this about metal detectors in schools. You shouldn't need metal detectors in schools because no one should take a weapon in. Why do you need to take a weapon in? That's the bit I don't understand. That's the bit I don't understand about America. Why do kids want to take weapons into school? In the UK, have you ever watched the film Shooting for Columbine? Michael Moore, a American film documentary filmmaker, he literally does a thing. His friend's daughter got killed in a shooting or something like that. And he saw an advert in a paper about a bank somewhere that open an account, you get a free gun. And it's true. He went in, made the account, and they gave him a gun. Like, how are you? And he even said to the woman, do you think it's a bit stupid? And he even said to the woman, isn't it a bit stupid that opening the accounts and you get a gun in the bank? Like, who's to say you don't get the guy don't open the account, take the gun, then rob the bank? Because they've handed him a gun in the bank. I'm just gonna mute my mic, guys, because I need to go downstairs a minute. Right, I'm back, guys. Remember me? Grubby. I do remember you, yeah. Hello, Braille Time. Haven't seen you on the streams in a while. There are too many guns. Well, there's too many guns in the world. It's like nuclear weapons. We have too many of those. I do remember you, Braille Time, yeah. I haven't seen you on my streams in quite a while. I have class tomorrow. Cool. Film is an amazing subject. Been busy with school and summer vacation. Yeah, summer holidays I call them, because in the UK we don't say vacation. We've always called them holidays. I don't get. You guys call it the 4th of July holidays, but then you say vacation for everything else. We do, yeah. We've had emergency. The UK is the same as America in that regard. Like, we've had emergency preparations for nuclear war since the 1950s. Do you know what? Do you know what I really hate about America, guys? This is how bad America was in the 40s. Why does the UK have alarms at 3 p.m? Because we were testing the early alert system. Like how you guys have the EAS. You know, alert, San Francisco, the San Andreas fault has shifted. The UK government, the UK has an early alert system too. So the UK government tested the early alert system yesterday. So at 3 o'clock, everyone's phones went off so to see if it works. So millions of phones went off. My phone didn't go off because I'd inadvertently forgotten to charge my phone up. So my phone went flat just before 3 o'clock. But yeah, everyone's phones went off at 3 o'clock because we're testing it. Basically, the UK government have an early alert system, and actually we've had a system. So basically, say Russia was to nuke the UK tonight, before the nuke arrives, the BBC would just take over. It would suddenly pop up on the BBC saying this is an urgent broadcast, take cover. That's the BBC can just basically the BBC would just do that. Basically, if that would happen, Do you play other games? I have FIFA. I do have other games. Look, I have loads of other games. I have loads of other games. I stream Minecraft the most because I love Minecraft and people like the Minecraft content. But yeah, we do. So say like someone was to nuke us tonight. Can you play FC lol? I will again eventually. Hey, there's a difference. UKB and USB. The name of UKBs. The UKBs are UKBs, and the USB. What? The B's are the same. No, there isn't. An animal isn't a bee. You just call it a bee. A USB. Does not stand for American something. It just stands for Universal something system. I don't know whatever USB stands for actually. I just know what it is. But it's the same as things. So yeah, we for a nuclear threat, Skatepunk, we do. The UK government, literally the BBC, the British Broadcast Corporation. I don't have FC Mobile. Basically, Skatepunk, if there was a nuclear blast, the British Broadcast Corporation, the BBC, would literally just go to an emergency broadcast, and it would say something like, I'm just gonna grab an EAS. Basically, I'm gonna put it in my Discord server. Basically, it would do this, Skatepunk. There's a test, and it would go national emergency alert. This is a national emergency. It would do something like that. Basically, the BBC would just go to an emergency broadcast, like it did when Queen Elizabeth II died. The TV suddenly goes black. Well, normally it'll go red, but with the UK government, it went black. So basically, I have Minecraft PS3 edition. Cool. Hello, Darkshaw, welcome. Can I get my daily block? Oh, we got some dirt here, so yeah, let's place the daily block. Yeah, literally. Like when Queen Elizabeth II died, all the TV shows in the world that were broadcasting suddenly just disappeared. It just cut, and it went to. This is BBC News from London. A short while ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Well, I happened to have been watching BBC News at the time, and because I knew she was dead. I said around 3 o'clock. I think she's probably already dead. That's where they're flying up there, and it suddenly they said if it goes to half mast, and suddenly the camera went quiet and they showed half mast, and then it cuts to the BBC News. And then it said that was Buckingham Palace there announcing the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, a lot of people blame Liz Truss. who was Prime Minister, and she said, well, they had no idea that she was going to die. They said, she could have died the next day, or she could live to 105. Look, they didn't know. They had absolutely no idea that she was dying. They just knew that she was ill. But that's an interesting one. You see a lot of Americans like that, but I think it's because America really want a royal family. I think America really want a royal family. But who would be America's royal family? Like, well, I thought Trump was dead. Well, yeah, well, Trump wasn't in charge then. In fact, out of all the world leaders he's ever met, he did try to be respectful to the Queen, which was kind of funny. What was I going to say? What's up, Joe? How are you doing today? I'm really good, the Joke 60. Welcome to the stream. How are you, the Joke 60? Yeah, well, the thing is, though, with that, most Americans love the British royal family and can't get enough of them. And it's an interesting thing because, obviously... Do you know what the surprising thing is, though? Like... Could anyone meet the Queen? Only reversed individuals. Basically... Could anyone meet the Queen? Well, occasionally yes, but occasionally you could just, because she'd do events everywhere. In fact, she used to go off. On walks outside Balmoral, which Balmoral. I wouldn't say Joe Biden's a snake. I think Joe Biden and Donald Trump are just too old to be world leaders. I don't think you should be. But that's the problem with America, though. So there's a case of. He's a lizard. That's what they said about the Queen, actually. Joe Biden isn't a lizard. Have you guys not even know that? There was a conspiracy theory for decades. There was a conspiracy theory for decades that Queen Elizabeth was actually a lizard, which is why they call her. Some people call her Lizard Liz. Oh, when the Queen died. Some people who didn't like the fact that Britain's got a monarchy, some people were singing na 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 na, Lizzie's in a box, Lizzie's in a box, which is stupid. Do you know what the fun thing is, guys? Surprisingly, out of the top 10 most stable countries on the world, 18 of them are monarchies. And do you know why that is? Do you guys want to know why that is? Or normal, old and dead? Well, yeah. One of the great... Well, honestly, probably the greatest world leader the world's had in centuries. Not British people, conspiracy theorists. Well, she was... Well, woman from England. Don't care. I don't care about. She's just normal and old. Greatest world leader ever. The only world leader not to be embroiled in controversy. And they said she was the most admired person on the planet. Yeah, well, Joe Biden was just too old. Joe Biden was too old, and you're starting to see the same with Trump. Like the two of them just would start talking, and you didn't. Well, I mean, the Queen was old. You know, she was on the throne for 70 years. In fact, guys, that's what a true world leader is: mentally competent and knew what she was talking about. That's pretty funny, though. Well, she was, yeah. Well, she's dead now, isn't she? But she was on the throne. Well, she wasn't old once. You know, she was on the throne. She was on the throne. Actually, Donald Trump was 6 years old when she became queen. When she became queen, Donald Trump would have been a 6-year-old kid. In fact, Joe Biden would have been like 10. What did you think? Well, because I'm British, yeah. Well, I thought it was. I mean, it was like some people would say it was the end of the world. It wasn't. It wasn't, because you know, the British monarchy has lasted for over 1,000 years. You know, it started with Egbert. In the monarchy of what is now England started over 1,000 years ago, with the Kingdom of Wessex and all the other little kingdoms around that time period. Has anyone donated? Not on this stream, but we've had donations in streams. But the whole thing is, though, is that, you know, like with the monarchy, for example, you know, the British monarchy. How many people ever? We've had few. You know, we've had like 7 or 8. With the British monarchy, who's top dono? I couldn't tell you, because it doesn't keep a score. What did I feel like when the Queen died? Well, it was history. You know, she was on the throne. She was on the throne Oh no, it was only like £5. It was only £5, which is the equivalent of about. It was only. No, it was about $5 to the equivalent of about £3. Talking about, yeah, responding to your comments, the Joke 60. Responding to your comment, the death of Queen Elizabeth II. It was basically just history, you know. She'd been on the throne since my grandmother, a year before my grandmother was born. So it was history, you know. She'd been on the throne for over 20 years of my life. So, you know, it felt, you know, it was living history, you know. She'd been on the throne for 70 years. She'd been on the throne for 70 years, and, you know, constantly always kept Oreos. Oh my god, not again. Jesus. Fucking hell, Harry though. Jesus, he's constantly going into that DM. I can't understand why you'd go into that DM, but I can't understand why you'd go into that DM though, Decepted. Riblocks will ban you. Well, yeah, that's because it's a racist word, whatever it was. The land whale. Yeah, we called her the land. There's a girl, we called her the land whale. Hello, Isaac. Welcome to the stream. Do you have a Discord server? We do have a Discord. We do have a Discord server for this YouTube channel, but there is a lore. There is a rule. There is a rule, guys, that you've got to be 13 years and up. If you're 13 years and up. So if you are under 13, like, you will be permanently banned, because you should not be on Discord if you're under the age of 12, everyone. Yeah, we ban anybody under 13 is instantly banned. Yeah, perma-banned, because you shouldn't. It's against the law. It's against the terms of services and the law to have a Discord account if you're under 13. Because Discord is not YouTube. Discord is a messaging service, and there's genuine people on Discord. Yeah, but that is against the law. Dark Shadow. To be honest, I turned 13, but that's still under 13. Terms of service. It's literally terms of services. It literally says you've got to be 13 on Discord. Yeah, but the problem is though, so it is against the law. It's against the terms of services. So if you are, how you know, that's the thing though. How do you know? But it is the terms of services, so everyone that we found out to be under 13 at the moment has been banned. Because there's ways of finding out. That's not how terms of services work. Yes, it is. It's the terms of services, so it's the terms. So if you're under 13, you were in violation. Terms of services is a legally binding agreement. The rules, the responsibilities, and the restrictions. So was 9 till 5:30. Sorry, just checking a notification I'd added on Discord. Upon joining, you owe. No, the terms of services. No, that's not my terms of services. That's not my terms of services, Dark Shadow. That's Discord's terms of services. Discord's terms of services is you've got to be 13 years or up, and you're in violation of child protection laws if you're on Discord under 13. Because under 13, if you are on it under 13, yes, because there's a lot of pedophiles on Discord, because it's a messaging site, isn't it? So, you know, there's a lot of public servers. So in most you can just find people servers and join them. That's why Discord is exclusively 13 years and up, because 13 to 16-year-olds sort of know online safety, whereas anyone under 12 doesn't really know online safety, because, you know, 12-year-olds are a little bit thick. That's like saying, no, but Discord, you have access to everything. Yes, but it's still against. I said it's against terms of services. But the reason it's against terms of services is because it's directly online. It's directly online. Yes, the block does exist, yeah, but who's to say people haven't put malicious stuff on there and you've clicked it? That's why it's against terms of services. Why are you moaning at me about it? Shouldn't you be moaning at Discord about it? In fact, Discord have brought in a feature recently in the UK. If they detect, basically, AI did. You're promoting it, that's why. I'm not promoting it, I'm promoting my Discord server, but we are absolutely with the policy that you can't be under 13 to join the Discord server. That's the thing. It's not promoting it. Jesus, this is the problem with why so many kids are on these sites, because they're argumentative and don't understand what they're talking about. Jesus. But that is a thing, though. That's the thing. That's right, Isaac. That is right. But the problem is nowadays you've got kids that are fucking clueless, and they generally do that. There's kids that generally do it because there's kids that on those sites that shouldn't be on them. Joe, shut up. You're like 12. Do I sound 12? If I was 12, someone that's 12 is over. Someone that's 12 shouldn't even be on YouTube as well. That's against the laws. Thank you, because I am. Exactly. Well, not yet. Not for another couple of months. Yeah, but the reason I'm saying that, Dusty Shadowman, we had a 17-year-old in my Discord server who has autism. He posted a picture of his address. So if I have kids, I'm letting them on Discord, so you're going to prison then, Jesus. Isn't that negligence? Isn't that negligence, just letting them do what they want? Which is also the reason the UK have got a problem at the moment with the youth. Yeah, but that's true. Not if I check their account. But that's true. That's what you got to do. But that's what parents aren't doing anymore, Dusty Shadowman. That's what parents are not doing anymore. So that's what parents aren't doing anymore, checking their accounts. So that was something that came out recently. But yeah, Discord is not a site that's. Yes, but that's the thing though. These sites are not meant for children. Like, Discord is not meant for children. But we had a 17-year-old in my Discord server. If my kid knows who and who not to talk to, I will allow. But yeah, that makes sense. But the problem is it a case of Lion Maker Studios who become a massive Minecraft YouTuber, and he was actually abusing it? Yeah, but that's what parents should do. But the problem with most parents nowadays is they don't pay attention to what their children are doing. So, are you wearing a British skin? No, I'm wearing a Three Musketeers. It's French. But that's what some parents don't do now, if you get what I mean. Am I wearing a British skin? There's no such thing as a British skin. I'm wearing the Three Musketeers skin. It's never about taking sides, but it is an interesting debate. But the problem with the world now is that children absolutely are on sites that they shouldn't be. So that's why we ban children on here under the age of 13. And plus, if we have any children under that, they're annoying. Literally, a couple of them got onto my friend's server, and it was so annoying because they would spam join the VC, try and talk to me, but didn't realise that, me and a couple of friends, we could be talking about, Keir Starmer's, the immigration issue in the UK right now. We could be talking about that, and then we get, "Hi, Clamative Joe, play Minecraft with me." I'm like, no. I'm having a genuine conversation, and it's like I couldn't have a genuine conversation with a few friends because people. Yeah. Yeah, well, cars are good and bad. Good for driving, but bad for the environment half the time. No, that's what people did. People joined my friend's server, and they didn't pay attention to those other people in there. We could be talking about anything, and they would talk to me, and then they wouldn't stop talking. And it was an issue. Yeah, but that's normal though. Yeah, Roblox is going through a child safety lawsuit. But that's good though. At least the American government is actually saying. At least the American government did it with YouTube a few years ago. Yeah, somebody did that. Somebody did that in my Discord server. Someone did that in my Discord server. Basically, they were showing someone their artwork from school, something like that. They're like 17. I think they've got autism. Showing something they had drawn, and then they put their school report card in, which didn't just have their address. It had their mum's phone number, their phone number, and their school teacher, and the name of their school and the address. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. So yeah, that's why we're very picky with it, because I don't want to have to keep coming in and saving people and getting rid of comments that people shouldn't put. And plus, we've had people put inappropriate stuff in my Discord server, guys, which is why it's 13 only, 13 and up. But then Discord is 13 and up anyway. No, but it's not that. We're saying that at 13 years and up, you sort of know you're a teenager, which is fine, and that's YouTube's thing. You can use it. You can use Discord at 13, but it's under 13, which you legally can't use it. But then you can't prove it. But they have invented a policy. They are doing it now. In the UK, Discord are starting to roll out policies to terminate accounts of people under 13. Because the UK brought in a child safety law recently, which requires verification to get in. I think it requires facial. The UK have brought in a policy recently, which it requires facial recognition to get onto sites that children shouldn't use. So you've got to prove via your face. You've got to prove that you're via your face. You've got to prove that you. But that's the thing. Some people do answer them. I feel bad, but how many Americans hang out there? Out here? Wow. The thing is, we have a massive American audience, which is why I've started doing my streams later, like 3 o'clock, because if I do streams earlier, I hardly get any views, or anyone. Well, not really. The views isn't the problem. It's the people watching, and I gotta be honest. I had a comment from someone the other day moaning at me because I did my stream at 7. On Saturday, I wanted to watch England's play, so England FC. So the UK don't play as Great Britain. The UK don't play as Great Britain in international tournaments. We play as countries. So England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. So the UK doesn't play. The UK doesn't play as in the international tournaments. The UK doesn't play as the UK. we play as England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. So I wanted to watch England because I'm from England. I'm not from Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. I'm from England, so I wanted to watch England play the other night. So, and they were on at 5 p.m. They were on at 5 p.m. Probably midday if you're in some other places in America. So they were playing at 5 p.m. So I really wanted to watch it. So I didn't stream. I didn't stream till like later on because I really wanted to watch England. I really wanted to watch England play. So I thought, all right, yeah, I'll watch England. I got a comment later on. Can you speak an American accent? If I can talk in the accent, yeah. You go over there meeting the locals. You go over there, you meet the locals, you talk. I can see sounds, I can hear colors, and my heart's beating backwards. It normally goes boop, goop, now it's going goop, boop. There you go. Is my American accent alright? I didn't know British people speak American. The fuck? No offense, but that's the dumbest question, the dumbest thing I've ever read. No offense. I didn't know British people could do an American accent. You can, anybody in the world can imitate anyone else's accent. Literally, you guys could probably try my accent. You might not get it because I've got a really thick accent. That's like saying, you do realise that most of your actors, you do realise that most Hollywood villains are British. All Hollywood films, the villain's always a British actor. Yeah. Good, it's a good point. But the thing is that no offense, it is the most American response. The American response is that nobody else does anything. It sounds wrong, like it's like Donald Trump, for example. In his first term, he was baffled in his first term because he found out Great Britain had nuclear weapons. But like, yeah, we've had nuclear weapons since the 1950s. We should have had them since 1945 if Harry Truman hadn't changed. This is just an interesting one. Like, when we're talking about things like that. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh no. With the Manhattan Project. Do all of you guys know what the Manhattan Project is? I would hope so. I want to replace this with sand. I would hope that you guys know what the Manhattan Project was. Well, anybody? Does everyone know what the Manhattan Project was? Blimey. I take it no one knows what the Manhattan Project was. Jesus. Nuclear weapon. Atom bomb. The atom bomb. When I said Great Britain should have had a bomb since 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he promised Winston Churchill Franklin Delano Roosevelt promised Winston Churchill an atom bomb. No, I said Great Britain should have had an atom bomb in the 1940s. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had promised Winston Churchill that they would give them one after they developed it, because Britain supplied a lot of scientists and supplied a lot of the material, all the uranium for it. They supplied all of the uranium. And after his death, Harry Truman changed his mind and decided that America should stock up on it, and he refused to give the British one, which the British pulled all their scientists. But it was an unwritten agreement, so they should have given one. But Great Britain became the third country to have one behind the Soviet Union. But they said they should have been the second, because America should have stuck to their promise and gave them one. And they said it's an interesting thing. If America wanted to be the world's #1, so they turned around and gave an ally that had literally supplied them all the materials for it. They refused to give them one, which is such an interesting thing. It ended up Great Britain had one by 1954 because they detonated. Great Britain had one by 1954 because they pulled all their scientists and had pretty much all the knowledge that they had on helping make it to go and make their own. But there were some bits they weren't aware of, so they had to try and... Hello, Swiss Rex. Welcome to the stream. There we go. So we're going to go get some sand to repair that with. Whew. Remind me old days on Xbox 360. Cool. Thank you, Elite Gamer 117. Thank you. We're just going to go get some sand because I want to replace that. I want to where there's sandstone here, I want to replace it with sand to make it look like the desert that it once was. So, did that chicken just lay an egg? No, it didn't. I thought it did. Where's my boot? Let's put these boots on for a moment. Your word looks cool. Thank you. It looks better on my view than your guys' views. I tampered with my telly yesterday, and basically the world is very much more saturated for me than everyone else. Have any questions for me? Do we have questions for you? I don't know. Do you guys have questions for me? I want to build a Minecraft cinema. That's a really good idea. I want to build a Minecraft cinema. I built a film studio. I want to build it, but I just haven't got around to building it yet. The Minecraft cinema, I don't know where I'm going to build that. I don't think it'll fit. I might have to get rid of that. This build. Why are you such a good builder? I'm not. Honestly, I'm not. I design everything in my ideas world. Perhaps I'll talk. Did you build a McDonald's? Yeah, I did. It's over here. I want to build Burger King because I like all of those ones. I've got a couple of videos. How have you always been fascinated with Minecraft? Not really, no. Not really. I've got to go. Goodbye. Goodbye, Swiss Rats. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. Oh, my foot. This is the McDonald's. Not really. My first thought, so I first played Minecraft at a friend's house in like 2012, and I just thought, oh, it's a little block game. But I liked playing it at friends' houses. I do like McDonald's, I will admit, guys. Do you play Mario Kart? On the Wii U I do, because my version of the Wii U came with Mario Kart pre-installed. So, I played a lot of Mario Kart 8, yeah. Haven't played it in a while because the Wii U's under the desk. Because I haven't... So... But the thing with Minecraft, though... The video games that have... All the video games, like, have always been... The video games that always stick in my head is like the original Lego Star Wars, Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, which, guys, came out in 2007. So, as you can imagine, I've played that for a long, long time. The video games that pop in my head all the time are Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga, which is which honestly is the first video game I ever bought myself. The first video game I ever bought myself was Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga in 2007. I bought it with my Christmas money, 2007, so I would have been like 5. I would have been like 5 at the time. And yeah, that's one of my favorite games of all time. But answering your question, Minecraft didn't fascinate me. The possibilities inside it did. Yeah, Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. I've got it on my desk. I had it on the DS and I had it on the Wii, on the Nintendo Wii. Which, as I said, guys, I absolutely love that game. Like, that game meant so much to me. And as I said, though, I still play it now. I still play that game now whenever I get the chance. I want to stream it. Perhaps I'll do that at Christmas time, because I tried to the other year. But this time we'll actually do it. This time we'll actually do it properly. We'll stream it. And I just want to pick up a pickaxe. I think I had a pickaxe in this one, didn't I? Does this world, is this world your dream world? That is a good question. I remember back then I would make my sister get absolutely fresh at Mario Kart because she kept losing to me. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a dream world. This isn't a dream world. It's just the world that I've played on for so much because I liked building on it and I liked the builds. It's not really a dream Minecraft world. Like, I've got no Minecraft village. I've got no woodland mansion. Well, I've got a woodland mansion, but nothing really spawns on it. I'm going the wrong way. It's not really a dream world per se, but you don't have to say sorry for the question. I love answering questions on these streams, and plus it's fun. It's fun to answer questions. Like we could turn this into a history quiz. Like, we could turn this into a history quiz or something like that. History, we could do a history quiz, a geography quiz. Like, I know so much, guys. I love it. Learning stuff is fun. Learning random facts is fun. I can't see the stream at the moment, so I'm just gonna have to get rid of that. What was my first console? Would have been the Wii, Nintendo Wii, 2006. So before some of you guys were born, pretty much. Because we've got people watching these streams now that were born in like 2012, 2013, which makes me feel old, because it makes me feel old. Cause the first console I would have played was Wii, and that would have been 2006. I would have been like 4. I would have been like 4 in 2006. So, we're going to go through here. And we're going to repair, because I pulled the sandstone out. We're going to go in and just repair this path. Look at the sunset. But yeah, this world isn't exactly the dream. It's just the world that was flat enough for me to build what I wanted. But we could make it the dream world, though. That's the thing. With Minecraft, it's not about the dream world. It's about how you can make it the dream world. Because the one thing I love about Minecraft, which is why I've played it for so many years, is because you can just play. You can play so much. Like, for example, we could play this world for another 20 years, which would be interesting because I'd be in my mid-40s, Well, yeah, you could play. It's a forever world. That you could play the world forever. Like even your descendants could play it. Even though your descendants could play it. You know, people born in 1,000 years could play it. As long as the world's ported, for you know, people can play it in, you know, 1,000 years. I mean, in 1,000 years, the average height of humans could be 7 foot. Could be, you know, 7'5" or something. But the one thing that we know is that you could play this. Bollocks. It's an interesting thing. Of Minecraft is a game that doesn't end. Because you can do whatever you want. You don't have to go to the end. You don't have to fight the Ender Dragon. For example, we could just go and live as a solitary farmer. Like right now, we could go over here. Right now, we could go straight over here. Why do some British people say bloody hell? Because it's just it's not a swear word or anything. Bloody hell is basically bloody hell basically means when you're shocked. So say I accidentally stubbed my say I've accidentally stubbed my toe. Say I've just gone and, you know, stubbed my toe. I've injured my foot. So let's just say I've injured my foot. I've stepped on something sharp. Right, I've just stepped on something sharp. Ow, bloody hell. Yeah. Ah, bloody hell, mate. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's what it means. Bloody hell is basically a... Bloody hell is basically just a thing for shock. Ouch, bloody hell, you bugger! I've stepped on my, I've stubbed my toe like that. It's not an insult. It's not a swear word. Well, technically, it is a swear word. In terms of it, some people say it's a swear word. I say it's not because some people in the UK say, "Oh, you shouldn't say that's a swear word," but it ain't. Too many people say it. And people say it in schools and don't get told off for it. So, if you don't get told off for it in school, it's not a swear word. If you were to say bloody fuck, yeah, then that is a swear word. But bloody hell in the UK is not a swear word. It's like damn. Damn is not a swear word. And hell is not a swear word in the UK. Hell is basically, if you get what I mean, like hell in the UK. The UK is basically is not as religious anymore as it say used to be. So swearing and saying hell in the UK is not really a swear word anymore. Whereas in America, it's very much more of still a religious country. Whereas in the UK, like religion. Whereas in the UK, like religion, in the terms of it, religion's not as an important factor now as it was, you know, 100 years ago. 100 years ago, everyone went to church. 100 years ago, everyone in the local village was in the church. Everyone in your local village was in the church on a Sunday. Oh, I have notifications. Oh my god, that's hurtful. Do you guys want to know this really funny thing? we've got a guy in my friend's Discord server. This Armenian guy. I've mentioned him before. I've mentioned the Armenian guy before. He commented earlier on. He had an argument with a Discord bot, and I commented earlier on saying it's a bot because he said that you're a person and you have no life, and I commented that it's a bot. He goes, and he's just responded with the words I know. Well, we have British people, but it seems to be that I get more American viewers than British. But that's not really an issue. America and British, or American and British people are basically the same people, except where you would put a U, where you would put an O, we put a U. Pretty much. And we have a bit more common sense when it comes to gun laws, and that's it. Pretty much that's it. So we've just hit 80 Discord members. We've just hit 80 Discord members. Let's take out the stuff that we'll want from here. I'm gonna want those. The carpets I'm gonna want. The slabs I'll take. The potatoes and the carrots I'll take, because we don't have many seeds of that. And the beetroots this would take. And then we'll just break the chest. And hopefully those blocks will just spawn, because we don't need that chest anymore. Have you ever seen A Quiet Place? I wouldn't have thought you to be... What do you think of Germany? I have been to Germany, so I wouldn't have thought you'd have watched A Quiet Place, Pixel King, because I swear it says 15 on it. Joking. It does actually say 15 on it, I think. I haven't, but it's in my watch list on Amazon to watch. I haven't watched A Quiet Place, but it's in my watch list. It's in my ridiculously long watch list on Amazon to watch. Yeah, well, the whole thing about... I know a little bit about The Quiet Place, but I've never watched it properly. I've never watched it. It's in my watch list, though, guys. A Quiet Place is in my watch list of films that... A Quiet Place is actually... A Quiet Place is actually in my list of films that are things that I've got in my watch list. Should I open Amazon up and tell you guys what's in my watch list right now? What do you think of Germany? I have been to Germany. Germany's actually a really nice country. Like, Berlin is beautiful. In fact, Berlin's got an absolutely massive... When I was in Berlin, I went to Berlin back in February of 24. I went back to Berlin in February of last year, and I went to a film museum. They had a film museum, a film poster museum. They had a film poster museum, and they had all the original posters from like Star Wars up on the walls, or massive films that they just had all the posters to, like the original posters that were made. So one of them had Revenge of the Jedi, because that was obviously what Star Wars was going to... One of them had Revenge of the Jedi, because Return of the Jedi up until a few weeks before... Return of the Jedi up until the last few weeks of promotion was going to be called Revenge of the Jedi. Title change. The original teaser trailer for the film carried the name Revenge of the Jedi. In December 1982, Lucas decided that revenge was not appropriate, as a true Jedi should not seek revenge, and return to his original title. By that time, thousands of revenge teaser posters with artwork from Drew Struzan had been printed. Lucasfilm stopped the shipping of the posters and sold the remaining 6,800 posters to a Star Wars fan club for $9.50. In 2005, Revenge of the Sith, released as part of the prequel trilogy, alluded to the dismissed title of Revenge of the Jedi. Yeah. What does I meant? Sorry, something to eat right now. You're getting yourself a honey sandwich. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna go and have a look at Amazon, guys, and I'm gonna see what's on my film watch list right now. Now it's got a Prime Video, and am I signed in? I'm not signed in, guys. Now I am. Now, watch list. So, here we go. These are just the films that are in my watch list right now to watch. So, guys, do you want to know what's in my film watch list right now? So, Reservoir Dogs, The Fifth Wave, The Little Mermaid, and the 2018 one. Caligula, The Ultimate Cut. 47 meters down. 47 meters down and caged. Krypton, Catwoman, AK-47, Kalashnikov, Dennis Quaid's Reagan, Cinderella Stories in there, Labyrinth, Yours, Mine, Ours, Super 8, A Series of Unfortunate Events, Little Woman, Liberation, Children of Men, Ice Cube's War of the Worlds, which I've heard is shit, but I put it in my watch list to watch. Solomon Kane, Irina's Vow, which is a very good film. I watched it and I loved it, so I put it in my watch list to watch again. Borat, subsequent movie film. The Flash, the Iron Claw, A Few Dollars More. London, 2000 Years of History. Warfare, Everton, Howard's Way, 28 Weeks Later, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, Battlestar Galactica, The Bridge Across the River Kwai, The Mask of Zorro, Robin Hood, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, The Terminator, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Man with the Iron Mask, Robin Hood, The Prince of Thieves, Johnny English, The Blair Witch Project, The Great Escape, Crow, Shaun of the Dead, Josh Brolin's W, Soldier Boy, The Iron Mask, 9/11, 500 mile an hour mph storm, Dragon's Heart, Pulp Fiction, The Last Voyage of the Demeter, The Rage, Hardcore Henry, 9/11 Inside the President's War Room, the BBC documentary, Good Will Hunting, Hitler the Rise of Evil Part 1 and Hitler the Rise of Evil Part 2, Zulu Dawn, Fahrenheit 11/9, The Grand Tour, Journey's End, The Zodiac, The Godfather, Black Hawk Down, Ace Ventura When Nature Calls, My Sister's Keeper, The Terminal, The Boy in the Woods, Whitebird, Resistance, Zombieland Double Tap, About a Boy, Santa Claus the Movie, Uncle Buck, Borat, Cultural Learnings for the Make Benefit Nation of Kazakhstan, Snowman, Handmaid's Tale, Little Vampire, Nanny McPhee, School of Rock, The Godfather Part 2, La La Land, The Nan Movie, Junior, Paris Has Fallen, Brothers, Taxi Driver, Birdman, The Patriot, A Quiet Place, Thirst Man, Apocalypse, The Beginning of the End, Apocalypse Z, Beginning of the End, Nautilus, Bean, The Trench, Saving Private Ryan, A Very Royal Scandal, Grand Tour, One for the Road, Burden, Churchill, Beast Mode On, Sven, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, The Boys in the Boat, The Boys, those about to die, The Batman, Invictus, Absolutely Anything, The Hat and Garden Job, The Zone of Interest, White House Down, Citadel, The Handmaid's Tale, Fanboys, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, A Million Ways to Die in the West, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Doctor Who, Tales in Time, Magic Beyond, Bad Education, 13 Hours That Saved Britain, History's Verdict, Hero or Villain, Clarkson's Farm 2, American Fiction, 2012, World War II, The Call of Duty, Hitler's World, The Post-War Plan, A Few Good Men, Chernobyl, 30 Years On, The Story of Nintendo, The Challenger Disaster, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Behind the Curve, Silence of the Lambs, Sweeney Todd the Demon Barbara, King Richard, Patriots Day, Saltburn, Amsterdam, Beetlejuice, Merry Little Batman, Jack Frost, Whiplash, War of the Worlds, Woman Talking, Truman Show, The Wizard of Oz, Shawshank Redemption, Dance with Wolves, Gandhi, What We Did on Our Holiday, Sally Miracle on the Hudson, All or Nothing, the German national team, Super Size Me 2, Super Size Me, Sir Alex Ferguson, Never Give In, More Than Collar, We Need to Talk About Kevin, A Million Miles Away, 1984, The Way I See It, The Boy in the Corner, Dune, a Lego documentary, Till, We Are Newcastle United, all the Transformers films, Hunger Games films, That Peter Crouch film, Going in Style, The Imitation Game, Of Mice and Men, The Whale, James May's O Cook, Exodus, Gods and Things, Lords of the Flies, Incendies, Hitler, Empire of Evil, Space Jam, Attack the Block, Peter Pan, Wonder, Inglourious Bastards, The Revenant, The King's Speech, Rocky Balboa, Rocky 1, 2, 3, Moonfall, Wonder Woman 1984, Van Helsing, Jaws, Jaws 2, Jaws 3, Schindler's List, 12 Years a Slave, to Django Unchained, The Wolf on Wall Street, Hacksaw Ridge, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Argentina 1985, Men in Black International, If You Catch Me If You Can, Angel Has Fallen, World War Z, Warhorse, The Rig, The Killing Fields, The Goonies, Jungle, The Impossible, 127 Hours, 13 Lives, The Founder, London Has Fallen, Olympus Has Fallen, An Angel Has Fallen, Robin Hood, Braveheart, Scoob, Tomorrow War, Hunted, Everest, Pan, The Man in the High Castle, and then Arrow and Greenland. A lot of films. Yeah, hello, sorry. Well, no, it's not rare, actually. Sorry. That's a lot of films, guys, isn't it? That's all the films I got in my watch list. That's the reason I've never watched A Quiet Place, Pixel King, because I've got about 100 movies. In fact, there's one in there that I'm only in my watch list because a guy I know actually was in it. There's a film in my playlist, in my watch list to watch. The only reason that I've got it in there is because a guy that I did my uni course with actually was the main actor. So I only put it in there because... What keeps you on Legacy instead of Bedrock? Just the no lag. The no lag and the fact that my world's not yet... It's massive. Well, it is massive. Shall I go grab a map of the world? It's one of those things as well, Kairos, welcome to the stream, that I prefer this version because the player experience is better. The performance is better. Have you ever heard of Geometry Dash? I have heard of it, but never played it. Pardon me. Whoops. I was actually picturing the idea of making a video about how many times you said to be honest. I don't know if I should do cutscenes or something. Like, it's just like you saying to be honest. Well, no, I think you should do it. But then you'd have to go back and watch every single video. Would you ever switch to Java? Maybe, I don't know. But I love this version. This is the map of the world. This is the map of the world. But mainly our builds are mainly on this one, and this one. We've only got a scattering of builds in other places. So I built a little campsite on this one the other day. But we don't really have much. Well, we have like 1,000 builds. We have like 1,000 builds. I shouldn't have ate Taco Bell. Blimey. Honestly, guys, how I just showed that then, I've got so many films to watch. That's why I haven't watched A Quiet Place, Pixel King, because I got so many films in my playlist to watch. Yeah, I am. That Kairos, that's what I'm doing. And plus, I just love playing this world, which is why we play it so often. Yeah, I've got so many films on here, guys. I should actually no. I should have think that just to movies then. Yeah, I've got at least 100 movies in here. Twenty, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. So hold on, 41 times 5. I've got 2 so far. Can you watch Blue Velvet? It's an interesting one. I have heard of Blue Velvet actually. Yeah, on my Amazon watch list, guys, I've got 41 type. We got 41 sections of 5 films, so I've got 205. I've got 205 films and a load of TV shows, but not as many TV shows though. Hold on, one, two. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7 times 5. So I've got 100 and I got 240 things on my Amazon watch list. Hey Joe, are few 4K Blu-ray players work? Well, 4K is the best quality, which is why 4K is expensive. So I've got a couple of films in 4K. 4K is the best quality disc you can get, which is why it costs more, because the discs are more higher quality. But Blu-ray and DVD is fine. Literally, I have a 4K Blu-ray player, guys. I have a 4K Blu-ray player, but it plays normal 4K DVDs. It plays 4K Blu-ray DVDs. It plays Blu-ray. It plays normal Blu-ray and normal DVD. So it doesn't matter. The DVD just works. It's amazing. But yeah, 4K is just better quality. 4K is better quality, and the colors are more brighter. The colors are normally more brighter because of the colors are normally brighter because 4K captures more color. But then most films are shot in 6K. Basically what it is, all films are shot in like 6K, but they can't be shown in that. So if you watch a film in 1080p, it's because the film's been it's been compressed. The film's been compressed. So when they go and remaster a film, all they do is just go and take the original tape. They take the original tape and then they compress it down to 4K. So it's not compressed down as much because they still got the initial tape somewhere. Hello, Arion Sanso. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, pardon me, guys. I just want to see. Hello, Gameplays. Welcome to the stream. Thank you to the people who subscribe, by the way. We're 8 subs. We're 8 subs away from 6,800, which we're almost there. I'm from Hungary. Cool. I'm also hungry. Not in that way, but just as in I want to eat food. Sorry, I felt like making that joke. But cool. Welcome. Welcome, Aaron. How is the hustle going? The hustle? What do you mean the hustle? As in my book stuff? It's not my book stuff's not a hustle. That takes effort. My book stuff isn't a hustle. That takes effort. It took me 4 months to write Archipelago. It took me 2 months to write. It took me a week to write Witches of Glees because it's only 20 pages. It's taken me a year. No, it's all right. Yeah, hustle means like a business hustle, where you wrestle it together. That's sort of what it means, I think. I'm not entirely sure myself, actually. Yeah, hustle means obtain illicitly or forceful action. A fraud, but in formal North American, a hustle is fraud or swindle. But it also can mean. It can also mean push roughly or jostle. My name in English is Aaron. Cool. I'll join the VC in a minute, Decepted. I'll join. Hold on, my headphones are... Hi, I came back. Welcome back, Maximum Speed. What did I miss? Not much. You haven't missed much. We were talking about why I haven't watched certain films because there's so many films on my watch list. We were just making jokes about how there's so many films on my watch list. There's 200 Decepted. We worked out just now because we counted. I counted up by how many like sections we had in my Amazon watch list. I found out that I've got 240 films in my... I've got 205 films and 35 TV series in my Amazon watch list. So I've got 240 things that I need to watch in there. I really like your quizzes on YouTube about actors and movies. Yeah, it's because it's because I studied film and want to be a filmmaker. You know, when everyone hates. What film's that? Sorry, I'm going to go to bed. Bye. Goodbye, Aaron. Thank you for joining the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. What film's that, Maximum Speed? I might have heard of it. I might have heard of it. I might not have. I don't know every film because thousands of films are shot every year. Dragon Ball Evolution 2009. I gotta be honest. I've never heard of it. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Honestly, Jet 2 holidays have been doing that advert. That advert has been on the UK TVs for over a decade. Did you know the anime Dragon Ball Z? I don't, because I don't watch anime. I don't watch anime. I don't like the style. The thing is, though, Japan creating anime has been both a blessing and a curse for them, because a lot of live action films in Japan can't get into the cinemas anymore. Basically, Japan anime has been the anime becoming so popular has been both a blessing and a curse for Japan, because actual filmmakers that want to get with actual people and do actual live action films, they're struggling to get it into cinemas now because people aren't going. All they want to see is anime, but anime is literally just the Japanese word for animation, and anime is not a style. It's just the Japanese word for animation. But I don't like the Japanese style animation personally. I just think the animation style looks creepy. I think it looks creepy, and there's all these people on my streams like, you need to watch it, but I don't. I prefer live action personally, but if it is animated, I prefer the older style animation. No, but I'm talking about the animation style. I'm not saying about the style of episode, the animation style. All the animation style looks the same. All the actual drawings look the same. What I meant by that, it's not... Yeah, when I talk about style, the style is the style. When you talk about style, the way they animate it is exactly the same. But I prefer traditional animation. I prefer traditional animation where everyone was a bit more creative with it, and now it seems to be that there's a format that works and no one's willing to try anything different. Which is kind of boring. It's boring, if you get what I mean. That's very much a problem with the film industry now. That's very much a problem with the film industry now as well. Even live action films. You're well. Looks like Stampers. It isn't though. It isn't Stampers. But I've been getting that a lot recently. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Yeah, your word looks like Stampers. Yeah, well, I've drew inspiration from him, obviously, but I drew inspiration from loads of other Legacy Console Edition YouTubers. I haven't drew inspiration from just him in particular. I've drew inspiration from him, SB737, even just history books and things like that. Even just videos that I've come across where I've liked people's build ideas. I wish he came back. Well, the thing is, though, I understand that, and you would wish he would come back, but there's a reason why he quit. There is a reason why he quit. Well, SB737, I mean, is still uploading stuff. I mean, it's just come out in recent days that he faked himself dying in his hardcore world, and he's going to continue his hardcore world as a streaming thing on Twitch. But it's not going to be about... It's just going to be about him playing the world and building stuff, which is an interesting concept. He didn't see the winky smile, but I was referring to my own dream. No, it wasn't family issues. It wasn't family issues, Maximum Speed. That was afterwards. It wasn't family issues. Basically, what had happened with him is he'd always made a decision. He'd made a decision years ago that he would end it. That he was always going to end Lovely World. He made that decision over a decade ago when he started it. But the thing with Stampy, though, he was starting to, he could have continued it. He could have continued it, but he said though with his channel, with his YouTube channel, with his YouTube channel, because his Minecraft channel was so old, because his YouTube channel was, was old, he was having people that would watch him 10 years ago coming back for just nostalgia. And he claimed he didn't just want to be a nostalgia channel that people come back to and watch the old stuff and don't care about him now. So he basically would rather end it and do something else than basically just watch, people come back, go. One of his reasons for ending it was because he when he did live streams of his episodes, he saw people come in the comment section comment things like hello other nostalgia rewatchers, and he didn't want to be seen as just this nostalgia person. He wanted to still be seen as just a content creator, and that was sort of seen as one of his reasoning. It wasn't family issues. Wasn't Stampy's thing. He divorced Squishy over a year afterwards, pretty much. He divorced Squishy over a year after the Lovely World ended. But the thing what he had though was that the thing that he had was just that he didn't want to do it anymore. But that's fair, you can't force someone to, just because you like their chosen YouTube content, you can't turn around and force them to stay and do something that they don't want to do anymore, if you get what I mean. It's like say I didn't want to stream this particular day. Say I don't want to stream today, and I'm forced to stream by people. And I was forced to stream, you wouldn't want to do it, would you? You wouldn't want to stream if you were being forced to. With him, he just didn't want to do it anymore. And it upset people. It upset certain people. But a lot of the kids that... one of the things, his reasonings was a lot of the kids that watched it when it was popular were adults now. And they weren't really watching it anymore, and he said he didn't want to be known as this person that people come back to and watch for nostalgia. Oh, I'm watching this for nostalgia. And those people that were watching nostalgia, the chances are they wouldn't watch the next episode. Whereas I'm a little bit different. I've had this Minecraft world for 9 years, but most of my audience most of the people watching my streams have only really watched me this year. I don't have a lot of people. It's the same as how old is everyone here? How old is everyone in this stream right now? Like, 13 to 15? Pretty much. 23 because you're a similar age to me. 13. Yeah. 28. I didn't know you were still in the stream, Skateboat, to be honest. Yeah, so as you would understand, Maximum Speed, like people that were subscribed to me in 2000 and people that were subscribed to me back in 2017 would have been my age, 15, 14, 13. 15, 14, 13 year olds in 2017 are now 23, 22, 21. They're not going to watch the same things that they did when they were 13. So, which is why I have a massive subscriber count and we only get 1,000 views a stream, because there's people that have subscribed to me. There's people that are still subscribed to me, but they don't actually watch Minecraft content anymore. And that was the thing with Stampy. He had 1 million subs. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can send dark humor jokes in the memes chat. Yeah. I'll put the 2 I put in earlier. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna go and remove them in a minute. The 2 I put in. I'll put it in the memes chat. Actually, the 2 I put in this morning. The 2. Oh shit, that's Decepted server. That's not mine. That's not mine. I want to get rid of the 2 memes that I put in earlier on, and I'm gonna put them in the memes section myself. Where is the meme section? I've lost it. Memes totally not brain rot. I'm going to shove these 2 in here. There we go. We're going to put it in the memes chat. Or maybe in best stuff members. Yeah. Not because of the Minecraft members. Yeah. Do you mind if I go on the Discord VC? You can use it. I'm not going to join it though, guys, because I am focusing on streaming, and then I have to join Decepted's stream over an incident that's happened in his server. I will not join the VC though, because I'm a little busy. I will have to join Decepted's VC later on though, because of an incident that's happened in his server and an investigation. Yeah, we had this girl in Decepted server. She's Romanian. She's a bit odd, and she randomly messaged Decepted yesterday and started insulting him, saying, "I'm never joining your VC again," or something like that. Oh, and this other guy can go fuck himself, which makes no mention of me because she hates me. Made no mention of another guy that she hates, and just mentions this other guy. So we're convinced this other guy's been lying and saying that he hasn't spoke to her and then talking to her. Which, the funny thing is, this girl, when I booted her out of Decepted's Discord server, she insulted me and called me a hippo. She called me a hippo, despite the fact the girl weighed 4 kg less than I did. Yeah, well, she did. She called me She called me fat ass and then a hippo, which, you know, kind of funny. Yeah, she called me a hippo. The funny thing is, guys, I weighed 96 kg. I weighed like 98. I weighed 98 kg at the time. So I weighed 216 pounds at the time. This girl weighed 92. So that's 14 pounds. That's literally 14 pounds. So this girl was calling me fat, despite the fact that she was 5 inches shorter than me and weighed literally 14 pounds less. It was funny. It's hilarious. Hello, I can't read this person's name, so I'm going to have to... Google Translate. I can't read this guy's name, so I'm just going to have to Google Translate. If Google Translate would let me paste. Why the hell is it not translating it? I'm sorry, guys, it won't translate. I can't say hello to that person because it won't translate. I like to unwide to simplicity. I only watch the stream because of your personality, not because of the Minecraft plans. Thank you. What is my personality, guys? I don't know. I've been asking myself the same question for 22 years, and I've been asking myself the same question, guys. What is my personality? I've been asking myself that question for 22 years and 9 months. Well, hello, kind sir. You're a great guy. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I've been asking myself that question, guys. What is my personality? You reflected and self-check your facts. Not many people do this. Well, you've got to self-check your facts, haven't you? You've got to self-check your facts. Well, this is where I'm going to make a joke about Donald Trump, so no offense to any... I don't want to offend any Americans. But you've got to be straight to... This is where I'm going to make a joke about Trump, so no offense to any Americans. If I offend you, I'm sorry. But fact checking. He never checked his facts. On the 4th of July, 2019, he goes and does a speech about how America took the airfields from Great Britain and controlled the skies. How he controlled the skies? Well, how did they control the skies in the Revolutionary War? There wasn't a plane. They didn't have planes for another 140 years. So, but that's the thing, though. You're the American president. You've got people that can read your speeches and tell you and fact check it for you, and you don't get anyone to fact check it, and then you turn around and say about how you stormed the airfields. I remember seeing it on the live on BBC One. I was like, what? Could be worse. It could be worse. It could be Boris Johnson in the middle of a security speech. He started talking about Peppa Pig. Have you guys ever seen that? Boris Johnson. Yesterday I went. I'll try and do a Boris voice. Yesterday I went to, as we all should, to Peppa Pig World. And then basically, if you found out what it was, Boris Johnson. If you actually watch the full clip, Boris Johnson had accidentally misplaced the rest of his speech. So, well, there was allegations that he was a terrible student and dodged military service. There was allegations that he wasn't a very good student and he dodged military service. But you never know. But there's always allegations about certain people. There's allegations that David Cameron, the former Prime Minister of the UK, reportedly has an. Do you know what it is? It's not just Trump. It's rich people that become world leaders. There's allegations. There's an allegation. You know how you have Watergate in America and things like that. The UK has something called Piggate. There's allegations that David Cameron, while at university, reportedly as part of an initiation to join the Bulletin Club, which was like a high class university society, to be initiated into this rich club. He reportedly shoved his genitals inside a dead pig's mouth. And it was a scandal called Piggate, and reportedly Boris Johnson was also in the Bulletin Club at the same time, and part of the initiation ceremony for that was reportedly burning £50 notes in front of homeless people. It's not just Trump. It's rich people that it's potentially it is rich people. A lot of people who are rich have too much money and don't know what to do with it. Whereas, for example, Queen Elizabeth II a few years ago was royally pissed off. In 2022, in the summer of 2022, before she died, Queen Elizabeth II was royally pissed off because her granddaughter, Queen Elizabeth II, her youngest granddaughter, was working in a shopping centre. Just working a regular job because she wanted to earn her own money before she went off to university or something like that. So her youngest granddaughter worked in a shopping centre. I think her granddaughter was like 19 or something like that. And 18, 19 I think. Basically, someone put up, I never thought I'd be served by a princess, and then of course the media flocked there, and she had to lose the job. She had to leave because it became a security risk for a British member of the royal family. But Queen Elizabeth II was reportedly absolutely pissed off that her granddaughter was absolutely loving it there. And she had to leave prematurely because the media got hold of it. It's the same as Prince Harry. Prince Harry, the younger son of King Charles, he served in Afghanistan he served in Afghanistan during the war, and he was told that if it came out that he was there, he'd have to come back because he would have become a target for the Taliban. And when it came out, he was devastated because he was devastated. He thought he was leaving his men behind. There it says, it's interesting. You've got some, really class rich people. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Actually, surprisingly, gameplays, having a monarchy is actually sometimes is better. Say you get somebody like Adolf Hitler trying to take over in Britain, it would never happen because there's somebody above him reining him in. For example, if you look at, like, I feel bad for you. I just forgot you. I forgot you were German, so I was using. I forgot you were German, so I didn't realize. I forgot you were German then. Sorry, and I would have used the German. I would have used the German example anyway. But if you look at history, Hitler didn't get much done in his first year of office because he had President Hindenburg rein in his more crazy tendencies. Hindenburg could turn around and sack him, so he had to be careful. Whereas because Britain have got a royal family, King Charles can turn around and say to Keir Starmer, I don't agree with this policy. I'm not signing it into law. So no dictator, no really dangerous dictator can ever really take over. Yeah, no really big dangerous leader can really ever get into power in the UK because the king can always rein them in. And that's true, but that's the thing. With that though as well, if you look at out of the 20 most stable countries on Earth, 18 of them are monarchies, and because with a monarchy, there's always someone above the government officials reining them in. So the monarchy has to be the British monarchy, like King Charles knows absolutely every secret across the British Isles. He knows every British secret, so he gets a file each day. He reads every single one of them, and he knows about every key issue, and he has his opinions on them. He has a meeting with the Prime Minister every single week. He has a meeting with all the Prime Ministers of his other countries as well, every week. And the amount of monarchies, I think he's the patron of 500 charities as well. The other year he did something like him and Prince Anne, the king's sister, they did something like 1,000 engagements. They did something like 1,000 engagements with charities between them, which is really interesting. But the thing is with a royal family though, is the royal family have the control. You get born in your position, but then you are the whole thing with that though, you are molded into it. So you're molded into it. So, for example, you are absolutely molded into it. So right from wrong. You know what you can and can't do. Whereas regular people that run for Prime Minister and things like that, they don't care what they can and can't do. So, for example, in the UK the other day, The Deputy Prime Minister of the UK had to resign the other day because it emerged that she'd underpaid on her tax whilst telling other people they should go to prison for not paying their taxes. Whereas the monarch would not do that because the monarch has been absolutely moulded by their predecessor in what's right and what's wrong. Which is why, for example, it's why Queen Elizabeth II was never involved in any controversy, because she never expressed her opinion. But then you're born with your role. You're born with your role, but then being born with your role is better than getting it, because you know that that's your role. You've got to do it well, or people you've got to do it well because people have to see you. Like Queen Elizabeth II, very famous. It's actually a curse as well. With a monarchy, you might get it. With a monarchy, you might get born into it, but it's a curse as well. Like Queen Elizabeth II very much said, it's a curse, really, as well. It's a curse because there's things she couldn't do. She couldn't turn around and just do anything she wanted. She had to do. There's certain things that she had to do, like the state opening of Parliament. The state opening of Parliament, she always had to be there every single year until she got too old and her son opened it. It's the current king opened it on her behalf. It's a curse as well. There's things that they don't want to do, but they're forced to do. But it's a really interesting concept. I'm just going to mute my mic a minute. But yeah, monarchy is an interesting one. But then there's people that love monarchy. So I think the British monarchy is an interesting concept. Hello Tyrese, welcome to the stream. But yeah, I agree with you. Gameplays. Yeah, they are born into position, but that's sometimes can be a good thing. Being born into position knows that that's your role and you have to do it well. Do you play Minecraft? Yeah, well, I am playing it. But yeah. RDR2. What's RDR2? Oh, Red Dead Redemption 2. No, I don't. Never played Red Dead Redemption. Never played the first one or the second one. I thought you put I thought you said R2D2 then. There is better concepts. There is better concepts, but it's history as well. Gameplays. You know, the British monarchy goes back The British monarchy goes back, you know, over 1,000 years. The thing is, British people love tradition, so having a monarch is just part of British tradition. Whereas there are some players, you actually look at it and realise that America are similar. American people love the British royal family more than the British people love the British royal family. But it's because it seems that America want a royal family. And the way I see Trump move around, though, I do actually think that he thinks he's a king. Just missing my cat. Oh, has your cat gone missing? Oh, my eyes, guys. Jesus, guys. I'm gonna... Oh, my God. Something in my eye. Yeah. The thing is, though, there is no correct form of government, whereas Great Britain is a constitutional monarchy where the government have the power, but the government have the legislation, but the king has the monarch has the power. No, he passed away last year. Oh, when you said just missing, I thought you were talking about like you got lost or something. Yeah, my condolences. What was I going to say? Yeah, the thing with governments, though, it's interesting. You have so many forms of government. So Iran is basically a theocracy. Yeah, I've never really had a pet. Well, I had a pet fish, but then I was never really attached to it. I don't think you really get attached to a fish, though. I think cats and dogs you get attached to because you see them every day. Cats and dogs you become attached to, but fishes I don't think you do. I have absolutely no idea, Isaac, but I'm not going to answer that because I'm focusing on this a second. Your cat was like an older brother to you. That's interesting. I've never seen anyone put a pet like that. Yeah. Yeah. What was I saying? What was I gonna say? I mean, yeah. If it's something, if it's something so dear to you, then yeah, family. So yeah, we have a brotherhood bond and a spiritual bond. Cool. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. My back's a bit sore. Thank you to the people who subscribe, by the way. We're only 6 away from 6,800. We should hit that soon, I think. Oh, my back. Guys, in 12 days' time, there will be no streams because I will not be here. I will be away. And I'm not going to stream because the only internet I will have is my phone. I will not be... in a few days' time, I will not be streaming for 2 weeks. But then that's the thing, though, Tyrese. Your mother isn't gonna think that because she's not gonna believe that because you can't see spirituality. You can't see spirituality. As in, if you are spiritual, spirituality doesn't comes from you itself. So you may feel spiritual, but the people around you can't see the spiritualness. It's like if you have schizophrenia or something like that. If you don't say anything about it, I'm not saying you got schizophrenia, by the way. I'm just using that schizophrenia as an example because you can't prove that anyone has it. You can't prove that anyone has it just by looking at them. But it's the same with spirituality. You can't tell someone's spiritual just by looking at them. It's the same as a few other things. Like, there's things you can't see, about people that you generally just can't see. So they're not going to believe it because they can't see it. It's like there are people that generally, if they don't see it, they don't believe it. Yeah, but then there is things called alternative medicine, but you don't know if it's proven. There's a guy that in the UK that got arrested for something called slapping therapy, where they slap themselves because they believe slapping yourself releases antigens or things like that. And it ended up this woman who didn't like needles tried it and kept slapping herself, and then she died from internal bleeding. Schizophrenia. Yeah, I'm not saying anyone's got schizophrenia, but that's the first thing that I thought of when you hear I'm not saying anyone's got schizophrenia, but that's the first thing you can think of that you can't prove that people have, if you get what I mean. That's the first thing I could think of when I thought of the example of there's things you can't prove people have. Shit, I just let the pig out. I don't ask. No, I'm not saying you do. But when you said about your mother doesn't believe you're spiritual, and that the cat's with you with spirituality. That popped into my head as an example of things you can't see. So if you're looking at someone that believes the cat's with you, hey Joe, free pork. Yeah, I want to grab a carrot and put him back in the pen, but I can't find a carrot. Yeah, I'm not saying you're schizophrenic. It's schizophrenia though. You generally, if you're talking to someone, you generally wouldn't know they had it. So that's why I used it as an example, because you can't disprove that someone has it or doesn't have it just by talking to them. It's like let me think of another good example. Hello Tunic, welcome to the stream. Let me think of another example. It's like autism actually. It's like autism. You know, some people, you can think that some people have autism, but without the proven test, you don't know. It's like with the spiritualness. Spirituality though comes from like John Williams, who does all the film scores. John Williams, who did all the film scores for like Star Wars and everything, he claims that the death of his wife, he made all of his best music after the death of his first wife, because he believes that his first wife was with him. Which is it's a similar thing of just how spiritualism works. Do you watch John Wick? Never watched it. I've never watched John Wick, but I have watched I have watched all the Has Fallen films though, which are similar. I do like Keanu Reeves though. I do like Keanu Reeves though. Keanu Reeves is a brilliant actor. I've seen him in other stuff like, you know, The Matrix, and he was in Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula as Jonathan Harker. That was in the 90s. Keanu Reeves does not age, guys. Like, the guy's 60. Like, Keanu Reeves, the guy doesn't age. Like, you would not realise that guy's 61 years old. That you would not realise that man is... Keanu Reeves, you would not realise that guy's 61 years old. Baba Yaga. I thought you were talking about Baba Vanga then. He was like a spiritual time predictor. You walked a mile today, cool. Walking a mile though is good. Oh, that's not very good, MTW. Walking a mile is good because if you get what I mean, when you're going on a walk, that's good. What you should do now is try and walk 2 miles. Now you should try and walk 2 miles. And then try and... Well, I'm not saying walk 10 miles. That's just ridiculous if you do that. Now, because you've walked 1 mile, the next day you should try 2. It's or 1.5. It's interesting. Do you know what, guys? 5 miles a week a day. Honestly, most people walk about 5 miles a day, I think. Yeah, I think 5 miles a day, 5 miles a week is good. Most people, though, the average human can walk 5 miles in an hour and something. So I normally walk... Yeah, so when I'm walking, I normally walk 5 miles. I normally walk 5 miles every... I walk 5 miles every day. I normally do about... I walk 5 miles a day, normally. And... I do it in about an hour and a half. The fastest I've done it in is an hour and 20. Normally it's an hour. Normally it takes me about an hour and a half to do. But then but walking is actually a good way. 5 to 10 kilometers a week. 10 km is 6 miles. 1 mile in kilometers. I don't know. I'm gonna put this in. This will make more sense to you guys. Well, yeah, 1.6. Yeah, 1.6. So I do 5. Normally, when I'm on a walk, I do 5 miles. Normally, I do 5 mi. Normally, when I'm on a walk, I do 5 miles in an hour and a half. So, for example, guys, I walked 165 miles last month, which is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I walked 165 last month. In the last, I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can do more than that this month. I mean, I did 165 miles last month, and I lost 15 pounds.
I think I might go on holiday, Dad.
Yeah, I had a tub of ice cream yesterday, guys, but it was only a small tub. It was only a small tub, the size of like like a tea mug. Yeah, salted caramel. My favorite flavor. Lovely. Yeah. Yeah, I had a tub of ice cream yesterday. I had well, just a small one. They're so expensive now as well. Like, you know, food's expensive now. Even cheese has gone up a lot. You know, that's the thing though, guys. Food costs. Chocolate Heath Crown. I've never heard of that one. My favourite salted caramel. Salted caramel fudge is really nice as well. Literally, when I'm eating the salted caramel, I'm like, oh, this is so good. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have that in the UK. But I've got to be honest, guys, I don't like chocolate ice cream. It's the same as I don't like chocolate milk. I tried chocolate milk, but I like ice cream with chocolate, but then chocolate ice cream. Yeah, it's because whatever it was, I used to buy this chocolate brownie ice cream all the time, and the chocolate, whatever chocolate they used in the ice cream was terrible, and it tasted horrible. And it got to the point that my parents were buying it me every week. Their little tubs, because they're only tiny tubs, and I used to like mint chocolate, or as we call it in the UK, mint choc chip. Mint choc chip, that's what we call it, because normally it has little chips in it. Ice cream with cookie, get Cadbury. Yeah, Cadbury. Yeah, well, we do have Cadbury's in the UK because Cadbury is from the UK. Cadbury's are nice, but that's expensive though. Cadbury's expensive in the UK. I only get Cadbury. I hardly get Cadbury's anymore. Do they have Superman ice cream? No. But then there is types of food. No, we don't have that in the UK. But then the thing is, though, Cadbury's is nice, but the price of Cadbury's, you're 1 step away, are we? Oh god, we are. Cool. You gotta try it. It's so good. It might be, but we don't have it in the UK because there's certain food that America have that it's not made in the UK because the health regulations won't allow it. It's like in America, you have chlorinated chicken, which you can't have that in the UK because there's chlorine on it. Like, chlorine is the same shit we clean swimming pools with, and America put it on chicken. They use chlorine on chicken in America. There's some food in America called chlorinated chicken, and which in the UK, chlorine is what we use in a swimming pool. Well, we do have energy drink. We do have Ghost Energy, yeah. I think we do. Yeah, there's food in America called chlorinated chicken, which is banned in the UK because we use chlorine to, clean swimming pools. I mean, you might as well call it acid. You might as well call it, because chlorine's an acid. Well, or is it an alkaline? Honestly, guys, the difference between an acid and alkaline is the number on it. I've never understood vegan stuff. Plant-based products, but then humans are omnivores. It's interesting. All these people that go for... Do you know, I've always been a bit dubious of vegans, though. No offense. I've always been a bit dubious of vegans, because are they actually vegan, or do they just say they are vegan to gain sympathy? Because I've generally, on a film set that I worked on a few years, on one of my uni short films one of my uni short films, we had to buy vegan food is more expensive. Vegan food's more expensive. We had to buy loads of it because this actress was vegan, and then when I walked in the room, she was eating the non-vegan food. So she weren't actually vegan, but she would say she was vegan. So basically, we'd spent all this money on food that we didn't need. And it made me dubious how many people are actually vegan and how many people say they are. The thing is, though, I have no problem with vegetarians or vegans or anything like that. But why do they have a problem with other people eating meat? Like, you can't turn around and... I wouldn't walk up to a vegan and go, you're a loony, humans require meat. It's part of the human diet. But when I was on a college project, I bought a sandwich, and then someone moaned at me, you didn't realise there's a dead pig in that? I'm like, yeah, I know. You do realise there's an animal died for that. Someone said to me, like, you do realise an animal died for that? I'm like, yeah, but then he was fattened up. The animal was fattened up. After they fattened the animal up, it wasn't really an animal. It was basically like a racehorse. Like, people moan about horse racing. There's a dead tree. Well, no, actually, we don't have wood in UK houses. That's America use wood, but UK don't use wood. UK houses are all made of brick and metal. I bought a Hot Wheels Premium Jurassic Park Jeep Wrangler for my sister. Cool. No, it's not odd. It's not odd, Pixel King. Have you ever heard of the Great Fire of London? Join the VC. Piss off. Yeah, Pixel King. Have you ever heard of the Great Fire of London? That's why UK doesn't have wood. The UK doesn't have. That's why the UK doesn't have wood. It's not odd that the UK doesn't use wood in houses, because the UK had every house out of wood, and yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, it's actually not odd. Basically, in 1666, there was a fire in a bakery in London, Pudding Lane as it was called. It spread over the next couple of days because of the warm weather. The fire spread across all of London. The fire spread across all of London. No one said your name. So the fire spread all across all of London, and the reason that the UK the reason that there's no houses made out of wood in the UK is because after the Great Fire of London was put out, they made it that houses had to be made out of brick or stone, because brick or stone's less likely to catch fire. Yeah, UK houses are not made out of wood because wood is more likely to catch fire. So if a house catches fire in the UK, it's really just the inside that burns. Yeah, but then that's America. So most American houses have a lot of wood involved. Whereas what they do in the UK is you might have wood in your ceiling, you might have wood in your roof. Your roof might be made of wood, but the actual house is made out of metal poles. Is actually made out of metal poles and brick. Yeah, all houses in the UK are made out of stone or brick because of the Great Fire of London. They probably should do that, but then it costs more money to make houses out of brick. But the UK, it's been a requirement for over 400 years. It's been a requirement in the UK for over 400 years, since 1666. The King of England, in fact, they remodeled London. If you look at houses in the UK, are laid out so fires can't spread. Brick, cement or concrete. That's because, yes, Tyrese, that's because Australia used to be part of the British Empire. That's because do you like Snickers? I do not. I prefer Mars bars. Yeah, or metal. Yeah, that's because Australia used to be part of the British Empire. When the British landed on Australia in 1778, the late 1770s, it had been building houses out of brick, metal, or stone had been routine for over 100 years. That's why it's like that in Australia, because that was basically law at the time. Snickers are alright, but I don't really like chocolate with nuts in it. But Snickers I don't think really tasted nice. But that's why I prefer Mars bars. I absolutely do like a Mars bar. But Mars is so expensive now. I buy the cheap off-brand. I buy the cheap own brand ones just because they're cheaper. Twix is nice as well. I do eat Twixes, but they're so expensive now. No, Twix is. I think Twix is. I could have sworn Twix was British. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. Well, Twix was made by Mars. No, Twix is British. Yeah. Yeah, Twix was made in the United Kingdom in 1967. Perhaps I could have sworn Mars was British as well. Mars is American. Mars is American. Obviously, it was created in McLean, Virginia. But Twix itself is British. Twix, I don't mind. Yeah, Twix isn't American. Twix is British. It's the same as Cadbury's. Cadbury's is British. There's a couple of things that are There's a couple of things that you would think are staples of American homes that are actually British. The American national anthem was a British drinking song. The lyrics weren't, but the music was. Even baseball. Even baseball is British. Yeah, baseball did not have a single inventor, but originated in England from earlier bat and ball games like Rounders. Rounders is a good game. I had to play that in school quite often. An American man is called the father of baseball, but it was actually invented in Britain. Curlywood would cost one. Yeah, Cadbury's a lot more expensive in the UK. Like a Cadbury's bar now costs like £4. Cadbury bar. Cadbury bar UK. £4 in AUD. A Cadbury's bar would cost. There was a guy named Robert Hubert who got. No, you can't. That's not true. That isn't true because Robert Hubert, or Hubert Robert as they put in. Oh yes, no, there was two. Yes, he was, but it was false. Robert Hubert was French because he was French. Because he was French and didn't understand what he was doing, so he was a watchmaker from Rouen, France, who was executed following his false confession of starting the Great Fire of London. It later come out as well. They thought he was a French spy, so basically, yeah, after his confession, which it wasn't actually, it was a false confession. The witnesses, if you actually look into the history, all the witnesses was the family of bakers that the baker shop started into, so they lied. They lied because they didn't want to admit that they'd forgotten the oven was on. But it was also the people of London's fault that all the houses were cramped together. That's why they have streets. That's why streets nowadays are really far apart. That's why that's why streets are quite wide in the UK. Some streets in the UK are quite wide because the problem that started the Great Fire of London is that houses literally were, the houses overhanged and literally were against each other. It's not clumsy, it's the way they were built. They were built like that. They were built like that because it was easier to build them like that at the time. But it's the same as thing. It's the same as... Oh, God, a bit of skin. It's not really clumsy. It's not really clumsy. They built all the houses together, unless you're talking about the bakers. But other people do that sometimes, though. They forget to turn things off. But the problem that really started the Great Fire of London was the weather. The bakers, yeah. The bakers had an issue with it. They forgot to turn the oven off. But the problem was they'd had a really dry couple of days. And then the other big issue was London was really poorly laid out. Yeah, the streets are pretty wide in the UK, but the reason they're wide, Ian Killer, is because of the Great Fire of London. The houses were so dense together, the fires could jump from house to house because it was that tight. Literally. Do you know what the Mayor of London do you guys want to know what the Mayor of London very famously said to the baker when he said about calling the fire brigade? Because the fire brigade existed at the time. When he said about should I send for the when the baker said should I send for the fire brigade, the Mayor of London who come to see what had happened, the Mayor of London, when he said should I call a fire brigade, sir, and the Mayor of London reportedly said, "Are you mad? An old woman could fucking piss it out. Are you mad? An old woman could piss it out." Which obviously the fire was already over 2 houses at the time. The mayor saying that people were trying to put it out, but because of the weather and how it was, within 3 days, the fire was over all of London. And the only reason the fire stopped was because it could have been worse. Great Fire of London could have been worse. The fire was actually going towards the Tower of London. The Tower of London had the UK's arsenal of gunpowder. The Tower of London had the UK's arsenal of gunpowder. They had 22 tons of gunpowder. So if the Tower of London, if the fire got to the Tower of London, then bang, it would have been one of the largest explosions in recorded history. Could be worse, Pixar King. I'll be 98. You're 10 years younger than me. I'll be 98. By the time 2100 rolls around, I'm 10 years older than you, so I'll be 98. Yeah, see it, or you might blink before you. So that's true. I was gonna search something then. The Tower of London survived because the garrison used the... Wow. The Fire of London burnt 86... The Great Fire of London burnt 13,000 houses, 87 churches, and it also burnt down St. Paul's. Yeah, honestly, if we talk about that for a moment, Great Fire of London, it burnt down 87 churches, 13,000 homes, and it also burnt St. Paul's Cathedral down. St. Paul's Cathedral was made out of stone, but because the fire was that bad, it actually burnt the stones to the point that stones were exploding. you like this little campsite I made the other day, guys? I made a little campsite. I'll be... Joe 6.8k. Oh, we've hit it. $6.8k. Thank you, everybody. We're pushing up to 2,800. We're going to push up now. Hopefully, we can hit 6,900 by the end of this month. Celebrate your times, come on. I just burped. Celebrate your times, come on. Do 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 do. Perfect. We've hit our next milestone, which is fantastic. Almost 400 of you have watched this stream. We're aiming to see if we can hit 20,000 views this month. As it stands at the moment, we have just under 6,000. We have another 14,000 to go. But a word of warning, guys, there will be no streams after there will be no streams from the 20th after the end of this month. After literally 12 in a couple of days' time, there will be no streams for a long time. There will be no streams for 2 weeks. There won't be a stream from the 20th to the... There won't be any streams from at least the 20th to the 5th of October. Because I will be away on a holiday. Because I will be on a holiday. I haven't had a holiday in 15 months. I haven't had a holiday since July of 24. So because I am in my 20s, I've decided to take a holiday this year. I've decided to go on holiday this year. Why do you not have a holiday? Because I decided to have one in September, where it's cheaper. Where am I going to? I'm not leaving the country. I don't see the point in that. Yo, you hit 6,800. Yep. Yeah, I'm just going to Wales for a week, for 2 weeks. But the thing is, guys, you hit 6.8. Thank you, everybody. We did. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm not leaving the UK for a holiday. Like, I don't see the point in that. It's honestly... Just went to my second YouTube account to subscribe so you can get to 6,800. Thank you, that's really kind of you. Yeah, we're aiming to hit... We're going to see if we can hit 7,000 by the end of the year, which we're 200 away and we've got 3 months to do it. Celebration time, come on. Yeah. When we hit 7,000, guys, that will be just one of the greatest days, because literally... When we hit 7,000, we would have gained 2,000 subs this year. Four hundred and twenty people have watched this stream. That's incredible. So, happy 6,800 subs, Joe. Thank you, the Joke Sister. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I was going to say something, guys. This is actually the river that flows through here. I covered it over. Redstone for mini games is under here. Here we go. So, I just want to see if desktop audio is off. Yeah, because Deceptors V, I found you. Hello, Bornface Solangi. Welcome to the stream. I saw your comment on yesterday's stream. It's 3:40 a.m. in Western Australia. Jesus. Yeah, it's half 9 for me. It's half 8 for me. I mean, which I will end the stream in a minute because I never at dinner. I never at dinner. So how's your day been, Clement Joe? My day's been all right. I'm starting to shoot my podcast episode about V for Vendetta, which, guys, I was filming that earlier on, but I had a nosebleed halfway through a take, so I've had to scrap the tape, and I'm gonna have to take, and I've got to redo the audio because I had a nosebleed halfway through the take, which was deep red. Let's see where we go now. You don't have to. You don't. Yeah, you literally can call me Joe. That's like. I mean, it is my name. Bar some people that jokingly think my name's Cliff because I jokingly said call me Cliff. I want to see that movie. Which year did it come out? V for Vendetta 2005, but it came out in some places in 2006. I'm doing a video about it now, and it should be out before. I want to have it out soon. I want to have it out. Preferably, I want to have it out by Friday. I want to have it out at least by the end of this week. But it depends when I finish it, because it should have come out last week. It should have come out, but then YouTube took it down. So I'm refilming it as a YouTube video. And trying to put as much detail into it as possible. Yeah, come out in 2005. There's so many movies with that same name. No, there isn't. V for Vendetta is the only film with that name. You're thinking of V. No, you're thinking of V for Vengeance. There is a horror film called V for Vengeance, but there is no film. That's the only film called V for Vendetta, because it's the only film that you can be called that, because it's the only film that can be called that, because V for Vendetta was actually a comic book. I don't know, 15. But I know you're like 19 anyway, so an 18. The age rating doesn't matter, does it? I don't know. I think it's 15. Well, the age rating doesn't matter if you're over 18 for any film, unless it's some other countries. There's one which says 21 on it, I think, but I'm not aware that there is. Well, there is actually. Well, yeah, it's 15. It's 15. Up until the 1980s, they never had a mature audience as 15. There is a rating above 18 in the UK. So the UK ratings are U as in universal, PG parental guidance. Yeah, that's true. I'm 18 now. Yeah, but there are things. The reason that in the UK they added the reason they added the age ratings in the UK. I'm just going to mute Decepted VC because I can't hear myself think. The reason they added age ratings in the UK in the 90s was because people were reenacting stuff on other people. Young people were reenacting stuff on other people. So, for example, one of my old school teachers said about the scene from the film Silent Running, that when the darts go into the head, they reenacted the dart scene by throwing darts at another kid's head. Yeah, the UK ratings are universal, as in any age, PG, any age but with parental guidance, 12 as in you can't, no, there's 12A, 12 and under, there's 12 and under, then there's 12, 15, 18, and there is another one. What's my latest build? My latest build was a little campsite that we were at just now. Hold on a minute. 18 rated. There is one above 18 rated skate punk. It's called Your Film Don't Come Out. There's one called 18 rated. So A Clockwork Orange was the same. A Clockwork Orange was banned in the UK for 30 years. What's the other one I'm thinking of? Oh, you know the film Joker. You know the film Joker 2019. Todd Phillips's Joker. There's a scene in that film that if it was not taken out, it would have been banned in the UK. There was a scene. Yeah, there was a scene in Joker. Yeah, the film Joker, there was a scene in Todd Phillips's Joker that would have had it banned in the UK if they didn't take it out. Yeah, Joker 2 was shit. Joker 2 was absolutely shit, but you know, the problem, Joker 1 was alright, but Joker 2 was absolutely shit. Build a bank. We've already got one. We've already got a bank. Yeah, Joker 1 is good. Like, Joker 1 was a good, dark and, you know, evil film. Joker 1 was dark, gritty, it was cold-blooded, it was a great film. Joker 2 was a musical. Like, you can't do a music if the first one's super serious, you can't make a musical out of it. It's like it's like Harry Potter being a bloody magical film and then the next one being Harry Potter in a fucking rough comprehensive school. And I realise none of you are British, so you won't get the comprehensive. There's schools in the UK called comprehensives. Here's the bank. We're going to go to the bank now. 437 of you have watched this stream, which is incredible, guys. And it's suddenly gone cold. But I suppose it is September now. The bank is literally down here. Here's the bank, the Legacy Bank. It says the Legacy Bank. Oh my god, this bank is shit, isn't it? This bank's shit. Hello, I'm the bank manager. My bank is shit, guys. Oh wait. Can you build the FPV logo? What's an FPV logo? Gregory always off duty. Oh, he's looking at this. Yay! Hi, Gregory. Oh bollocks! Shouldn't have done that. Now we're in the redstone. Oh, Ford performance videos, vehicles. Oh, I wouldn't have known. I'm not really interested in cars, guys. For me, it's got a wheels. It's got 4 wheels, and it's got a driving stick, and it's got a driving wheel. It's got 4 wheels, a driving wheel, and it goes from place to place. That's enough for me. Hello, Glowbeans. Welcome to the stream. This is the bank, guys. This is the bank. This is our bank, which it needs some improvement. I haven't touched this place since 2018. Can I join you on VC on stream? I'm not in the VC. I'm in Decepteds, I'm afraid. But then I'm not even listening to what they're saying anyway. For the car guys and girls, I'll think about it as a build idea, but then I've got a lot of. Honestly, sometimes I think it wasn't the best idea to switch to homeschooling. But haven't you only been doing it like a couple of days? Everybody wants to take. Everybody wants to rule the world. 1 week. But it's only a week. You've only done a week. Like, think about it. What you got to think about, Pixel King, is you're learning. You can learn anywhere. You know. But the thing with homeschooling is not about what you learn. The thing with homeschooling is not about what you learn. It's you've got to be prepared to learn it. And you've got to be. Yeah, that's not being spoilt. A lot of people are homeschooled. That's not being spoilt though. That's not being spoilt. Honestly, longer break times, yeah. But with homeschooling, you get to be taught what you want to learn. The only thing that's necessary is English and maths. That's the only two things in life the only two things in life that you actually generally need is English and maths. That's the only things in life that you need. You do not need to know religious studies. You do not need to know, not even science, to be honest. You don't need to know science. History, I think you need to know history, but that's because I like history. But it's not being spoiled. Like, it's an interesting thing. If I was in school, but my sister was homeschooled. Yeah, that's the thing I think everyone should learn. I think everyone should learn it, and then you wouldn't have people say, I failed science in year 11. Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't actually need to learn that. It's just it's a compulsory subject in schools, but if you're homeschooled, it's not compulsory. The only two things that are generally compulsory in life is maths and English. But that's the point, though. Focus is a real thing, especially because it's one, yeah. But with focusing, though, focus isn't the problem. It's school. The thing is, though, school classrooms are loud. They're going to be. Your school classrooms are loud. Whereas we're in virtual school. Oh, so it's not homeschool, then it's virtual school, because that's something completely different. That's something completely different. Yeah, homeschooling, Pixel King, is something completely different. Homeschooling's completely different. Homeschooling is when your parents teach you. Yeah, well, Go Beans, that's the thing. Schools teach you things you don't need to know. Yes, they do, but then there is a reason you need to know it. That's not homeschooling, that's online school. Homeschooling is where your parents teach you. So when I said when you said homeschooling, I thought like your parents were teaching you or something. Because that's what homeschooling is. Homeschooling and online school are different. Whereas homeschooling is where you literally, with homeschooling, your parents can teach you anything they want. So my sister was homeschooled, so basically my mum taught my sister English and maths. Yeah. Homeschooling, so basically my sister was homeschooled. my mum taught her English maths and then took her to nature and education groups. So basically half term could be anywhere. Half term could be anytime. You decide, basically with homeschooling, you decide what your half term is. You decide what your half term is. If you want your half term to be in the middle of winter, it can be in the middle of winter. I agree with homeschooling now. I didn't when I was younger. I thought it was stupid. Well, might be because I didn't think my mum was teaching my sister anything. But there's things that there is things schools teach you that you don't need to know, like algebra. I don't think you need to know religious studies either, because I always thought that was a boring subject, and it just annoyed me. Yeah, homeschooling is where you basically, your parents teach you. So your parents could teach you anything. They could teach you the history of... Basically, there was a girl who was a year older than me in school. Her parents, her mother was British, her dad was American, and basically they didn't know anything about world history apart from American history. And all the stuff they knew from British history was because their mum was teaching them British history. Stop ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you. You haven't said anything. You haven't, literally, I haven't got a comment. I haven't got a comment for you on my screen since and build stuff in it. I'm not ignoring you. You haven't had any comments show up. Unless you've commented something that's flagged up. Unless you've so YouTube's obviously flagged it up for something, because I don't have the comments, so let's have a look. Okay, it's now giving me an advert. Yep, no, hold on a minute, let's have a look. Sometimes if I jump onto the stream, thank you buddy, that's really nice of you. Yeah, absolutely, Born Faces Langy, I do not have a comment from you and build stuff in it, so whatever you've put is flagged up. Joe, stop ignoring me. You haven't said anything. Yeah, Tyrese, TY Badger is joking. He's mocking the other guy, I think. But do you want me to tell you something? I thought my friends in school hated me. But homeschooling is not a sign of wealth. Homeschooling is not a sign of wealth. Homeschool is not a sign of wealth, you know. Some people are homeschooled because they can't click in state school. In the UK, they call it state school, which is, you know, funded by the government. In the UK, you have state school, public school. Public school is what you would call private school. State school is... Yeah, but then with your learning quicker, you'll learn at your own pace though. You'll learn at your own pace. You'll learn at your own pace. Like with schools though, Pixel King, you've got 30 other people in a class that they've got to learn as well. So you'll learn at your own pace. You'll learn at your own pace, which, you know, some people need extra time that can't be given to them. Well, it's not popular kids. Not popular. No, it's not popular kids spreading up brain rot. Some children take longer to learn stuff. So you know you have those people that you have, not the popular people. I thought they were tougher than me. Yeah, but that's the thing though. If you keep believing what other people are saying, eventually if you keep listening to what people say, and if you keep taking on board what, you know, bullies are saying to you, eventually you will just believe it. Gotta go. My next class just started. At 8 o'clock in the... At 9 o'clock at... What? Sorry. I was about to say 9 o'clock at night, but I realised you're in America. Yeah. But yeah, bullying is a thing, though. Bullying as a concept, bullying isn't the issue. It's whether they believe it. Let their comments get to them. Just eat spinach to grow muscles to defeat the bullies. That doesn't work. If you're trying to grow muscles, you've actually got to, you know, put in the effort. You've got to weight lift and things like that. I still need to learn how to write. Well, there's things you can do to learn that, though. There's things you can do to learn that, though, Ian Killer. Learning to write is a hard one. But it's not the hardest thing in the world. It's not the hardest thing in the world. What was I going to say? No, what I meant, Pixel King, is that some people some people can read a maths question or an English question and get it instantly, but some people have to read it more than once because some people learn at different paces. Some people it takes longer to understand. Some people it's instant. So, for example, if I'm reading something in history, I can get it instantly. But if I'm doing a maths question, it takes multiple reads. Oh my god, my eyes. That's sort of how it works. But if you are, you know, doing home education, then it's, you know, you're learning at your own pace. Like, you don't have to. There's no sort of pressure. There's no sort of pressure. Like probably older than you, Bornface Lazanji. He's probably older than you. I have no idea, but I have no idea how old you are. Ooh, sorry, I just burped. Yeah, I bet if I return in the 9th grade, people are going to be like, what happened to you last year? Well, you'll probably come back. The thing is, though, normally it's smoother. Normally, for people, it's smoother. Earl Grey tea. I wouldn't even know what that is. I know what the Earl Grey is. Earl Grey was actually a person, I think. Hello, Joe. I'm here for the daily. How are you? I'm really good. How are you? Oh, God, my back. Sorry, guys. I got a bad back. Tea bags. Yeah, but there was actually a person called Earl Grey as well. Yes, a former prime minister. There was a former prime minister called Earl Grey. Earl Grey was prime. There was a Charles Grey, the second Earl Grey, was a British Whig politician and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1830 to 1834. He banned slavery. He expanded the electorate. He issued reform acts. He expanded the electorate in the United Kingdom, and he outright abolished slavery across the British Empire. Just want to do a JD check-in. That's good. Thank you for checking in on me. That's really kind of you. Have a good rest of your day. If you're not sticking around in the stream, but this stream will end soon. This is when we find out that Bornface Landry doesn't actually have an age, and that he's just as old as the Earth. He's like Tom Bombadil in Lord of the Rings. Probably about an hour ago. Can't remember. But my point is, Glowbeans, who exactly remembers? Who goes into the bathroom, or the toilet as we... Who goes into the bathroom, the toilet? It's not... Why America call it a restroom, I have no idea, because you don't rest there. Who goes into the bathroom, the restroom, and the bathroom or the toilet and goes, right, I'm going in here at 4 o'clock? No one. So why should you remember it? This is when we find out that he's like Tom Bombadil in Lord of the Rings. He just doesn't have an age. He's just as old as the Earth. Start from 20 and above. I'm going to say he's 30. I'm going to say he's 65. What do ghosts do in the living room? I don't know. Scare people? Let me tell you a joke. What? Shit. That's that stone block I would have thrown in there earlier on. I'm going to say he's 27. I'm gonna be the mediator here and say, do they have to go above 30 or under 30? So they're 28 then. Someone said my grammar's dusty. What? Ghosts are living and human. Ghosts are not living and humans are. Well, ghosts were former humans. It's interesting. Well, could be worse. It's still in the 20. So it's... Well, it's got to be 26 then. Because it can't be 29. I said 28. I said 27 jokingly just now, so it's 26. Unless it's just under. But I don't know. 21. Jesus. Jesus. I wouldn't have thought you were 21. Jesus, everyone in here is younger than me. Jesus. Ask Joe. I have no idea. I can't remember where you're from. Oh god, I can't remember where you're from, Born Faceless Angie. Stop calling me. What? Who's calling you? I can't remember Born Faceless Angie. You just should ask Joe, but I can't remember. I can't. We've had a lot of. I've had a lot of people subscribe recently, and a lot of people watch the stream, so I can't remember everything everyone says on the streams all the time. The thing you said on stream. Oh no! What was I going to make a joke at? I was going to make a joke, and you said something. How many hours have I logged? Hold on a minute. I'll have a look. 5,345. Indonesia. End with an I. No, it doesn't end with an I, does it? No, I read it as start with an I. Sorry, I read it as start with an I. Oh, Brunei. Benin. Brunei finishes with an I. Yeah, but that's not an. Starts with an M. I don't know. Might be, I don't know. I didn't see the starts. I didn't see the starts with an M. No, I was going to make a joke, basically, Glow Beans, because I made a joke about how did they pick up the ash. I made a joke about how did they pick up the ashes. Maserati. Is that the guy from Jurassic World? That's the guy from Jurassic World, isn't it? Simon Maserati. I can't think. Yeah, I once made a joke. How did they pick up the ashes, Glow Beans? Did they hoover them up afterwards? Mali, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's got to be it. There is a place called Bali, but that don't start with an M. Well, there is a person that did that. There is a person that did that, Glow Beans. There was a woman on one of those, you know, strange addictions. She liked eating her husband's ashes. They got married 6 months before he died, but they've been together 10 years, and yeah, she had an addiction of eating his ashes. Yep. This woman had an addiction of eating her husband's ashes. What's next? I've got welcome to Strange Addictions. Sally Davis has an addiction of eating her husband's ashes. I've changed the name. La da 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 da. Yeah, but it's bizarre. She's gonna feel her mouth again. Ah, oh, that's just. Oh, Malawi. I only know Malawi exists because of a comedian on Britain's Got Talent that's from Malawi. I only know that country exists because of Britain's Got Talent. Like, literally, I'd never heard it. If I hadn't have watched this episode of this comedian, I would never have heard of it. Yeah, can everyone stop beefing with each other now? We don't need anyone beefing. Unless you both want to get into a boxing ring together and... It'll give everyone a show. Um, the only person that's going to have a roast is me, because I want to eat it. I think he's talking about you. I think he's talking to you. Yeah. Let's put some carrots on the go, guys. We've got hardly any carrots. Yeah, yeah, he wasn't talking to you, yeah, he wasn't talking to you, Ian. He was talking to, Tyrese. Right, we're gonna put those carrots and those carrots on the go. Got any more carrots in here? No, we don't. We need these. I'd love to see if we had some carrots in here pretty quick. We don't. We've got 3 potatoes though. I will set a little potato patch over here. Just might as well grow a couple of some food while we're here. Joe, you want to roast someone? No, we'll roast as a dinner. I want to roast dinner. I don't want to roast anyone. I want to roast dinner. Literally, British meal, a roast dinner. Yeah. I said the only roast that's going to be here is me. Of course you want food. Yeah, because I'm fat. Joking, I'm not actually that fat. I'm only 205 pounds. I've lost 15 pounds in the last month and a bit. Pretty good, really. So, liar. It's called me a liar. The weighing scales told me. The weighing scales don't lie. Well, I don't really roast him because there's nothing to roast. You just point out his mistakes and go, well, this guy is clearly mental. No, what makes me laugh, though, about him, though, what makes me laugh is his comment on Biden. He speaks for 3 minutes and all the drugs wear off. And then you see some of Trump's bloody speeches, especially the one when he killed, when they announced that a terrorist had been killed. He spoke for an hour, and he's dead as a doornail. They went through the window. Who does that? Normally you go knock knock. Can I come in? I'm like, you're the president of the United States, not a fucking school teacher. Knock knock. Can I come in? Literally, the one thing I thought about him, the one thing I have found about him, it seems to be that he wants to make it a TV show. It's like he wants to make it a TV show. You know, like he did The Apprentice. It's kind of like he wants to make it a TV show. You know, up close with the president or something. Like when 32% of Americans thought Zelensky was rude to Trump in that interview. Anybody that thought Zelensky was rude to Trump should literally go and watch. I never forgot when Joe said he broke the bed. Yeah, I did, but that wasn't my weight that was the issue. Besides, I think my height played into that as well. I think my height and my weight played into that. I think 2 things played into that: my height and my weight. Have you ever heard about the beef between Ice Spice, Machine Gun Kelly, and Eminem? No, really, not really, because I don't really listen to rap music. I don't like rap music, guys. I find rap music's become really generic now, and I don't see there's no style in it. And plus, it seems to be rappers now are just talking about the same thing. there was a guy in the UK recently. He went to prison. He was in prison for murder. He came out. He came out. Shot a music video glorifying killing the person. So he went straight back to prison. I wouldn't know. Like Eminem's been around for decades. Like some of them take off, perform a little bit, and then disappear. Literally, music bands nowadays, they literally perform for a bit. You have bands in the world like Coldplay. You have bands like Coldplay. You know, they've been going around. They've been performing now for 28 years. You've got bands like, you know, you had Black Sabbath performing for 50 odd years. You've got bands like the Wurzels that have been going off. Like, you've got bands like, as I said, the Wurzels. They've been going around for 60 years. They've been going around for bloody 60 odd years. And then you've got all these young singers now that they claim about their mental health, and all these young singers now claim about their mental health. They go on a tour and they break up and fall out with their bandmates within 5 years. And, you know, oh my god. But that's not the daftest thing I've ever heard. A certain US president called King Charles III the Prince of Wales and spelt it Wales. When the United States was playing Wales in the World Cup of 2022, American people were putting up on social media, was I the only one that thought we were playing a team of Wales? They thought they were actually playing a team of actual Wales. I'm excited as well. I think personally the next World Cup, a guy in my stream was telling me the other day he thought America stood a chance, and I'm like, no offense, Americans, but America will only stand a chance of winning the World Cup if you actually take it seriously. And, you know, America, the MLS only exists because America could not host the World Cup of 96 without... Was it 96? World Cup 1994. Yeah. Yeah, Los Angeles, 1994. The 1994 World Cup, the United States was chosen as the host, despite the United States was chosen as the host, despite the fact despite football's relative lack of popularity in the host nation, the tournament was the most financially successful in World Cup history and broke the overall attendance records. But the thing is, in preparations, they could not have it. One condition FIFA was imposed: the creation of a football league. So the MLS was created. The MLS was created just so they could host it, which is why the MLS is so shit compared to everything, because they rushed it. They only created it because they couldn't host the FIFA World Cup without having a football league. So they created the MLS to do it, and if you look at the MLS, you've got to pay to get your way in. But the next World Cup, I think, will be between France, Argentina, England, and Brazil. I don't think Portugal will be anywhere near. I think Morocco might stand a chance again. Morocco were the first African team to ever get to the World Cup final. Unmute. Yeah, I think the World Cup, the next World Cup, I think it'll be between England. I think it'd be between England, France, Brazil, and Argentina. Anyway, guys, I am gonna. Hello, Nexora. Welcome to the stream. Well, I haven't said I was gonna end the stream yet, Decepted. Yeah, I didn't. I was thinking about it, but then I said. But at the moment, we're almost at 500 views on the stream. So, how was your day so far? My day's. My day's been pretty good. How's yours been? I've just muted Decepted stream again because VC. Yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. And I will end this stream in a minute. Actually, we're going to continue on for a minute. We're almost at 500 views. We're 4 away. But yeah, I think the next World Cup will be between England, England. Mine's been great, thanks for asking. Yep, that's good to hear. Wait, you will get a notification. We're almost at 500 views on this stream, so we'll stay streaming for a few minutes. We've been streaming for 4 hours, guys, which is incredible. What are we talking about? We were talking about the World Cup just then, the next FIFA World Cup, and I said I think the semi-final positions will be between England, France, Argentina, and Brazil, because I think Carlo Ancelotti's Brazil will be a force to be reckoned with. 4 hours is wild. This is not the longest stream I've ever done, Nixora. The longest stream I've ever done was... The longest stream I've ever done was 12 hours. Longest stream I ever did was in lockdown, was in COVID lockdown, 12 hours. But I was 17, guys, and there was nothing I could do in lockdown, so I just streamed. I took this channel from 600 subs to 800, which at the time I thought was a lot. Longest I've ever done was an hour. An hour is good, but not with me. If I'm streaming and people are enjoying it, then I keep the stream longer. It's why I switched to the shorts format. It's why I switched to the shorts format, because more people seem to turn up and watch these streams. I'm almost at 200 subs. Cool. Congratulations. We've literally just hit 6,800 today, so we're on our way to somewhere crazy. So why don't you shout? So why don't you just shout, get out the shower? Deceptive was saying about how his sister takes an age to get out of the shower, so I said, why don't you shout, get out the shower? I was joking. Um, 502 of you have now watched this stream, which is incredible, guys, so thank you. Joe, are you the cat from Mickey Mouse? But I'm a VR YouTuber, but my VR has horrible batteries, so I can't stream for long. Yeah. Well, I try to... Yeah, it's an interest. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't intend to stream long half the time, but because people are enjoying it, I tend to stream longer. But the ridiculous thing as well is also, if I stream longer, I pick up more and more hours. So you guys I've almost got 5,400 hours on Minecraft in this version, and I think I've played 500 hours this year. I played 300 hours of Minecraft totally last year, and I think I've played at least 1,000 this year or more. So thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye.